Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, March the 16th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. So what's happening this morning? Well, we have the bank still. FRC trying to put themselves up for sale. Just got hammered down. Look at this, down 30% now, FRC. This is almost at the low of 3 days ago, which is 1730. Well, not quite at the low, I guess, but approaching it. So that's FRC, WAL, PACW, all the usual suspects. I'll have to keep an eye on those today, both for little pops and for further declines, I guess. Now, THMO, the only thing I'll credit them with, first of all, THMO, this was one I was watching all day yesterday, waiting for this sort of a break. It didn't happen until really after hours. It had the big move in the pre-market, and in fact, let me just back this out on the 15-minute chart. You'll see what I'm talking about. So THMO had a big move in the pre-market, got up to 547, and basically just drifted down, and it was around that $4 level forever. And then after hours, it soared all the way up to 658. This morning, it got up to 774. And then kaboom, they announced the financing. At least they did it, while the market was still in theory not open. Um, they did it pre-market, so that's the only credit I'll give them. But anyway, they did a financing, and we'll see what happens from here. THMO, super low float. Moment as there we go. So another earnings play, LPSN. I'm sorry, not another one, but because THMO is not an earnings play, but an earnings play, LPSN earnings play. Almost an all-time low. Wow, almost an all-time low. It's sitting at $5 right now, LPSN. This will probably show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. See if this one has held its pop. OKYO. Excuse me, some phase 2A, or they're going to start a phase 2 trial. Yeah, it's not holding. Forget it. ESPR, big gap down for ESPR. Some kind of a dispute they've got with, I think they were expecting to get $300 million in upfront not royalties, but an upfront payment from after the company reported their partner said is not entitled to receive milestone payments. So huge, and I think they were looking at about $300 million. So huge knockdown for ESPR based on that news. Snap. Snap is benefiting from, again, the war against TikTok. Your government, US government, is now really trying to make it, what do they say? The Chinese must divest from the US TikTok, I guess. As a prospective ban on key rival TikTok, etc. So Meta and Snap jumped on that news. So yeah, the White House is demanding ByteDance sell the U.S. arm of TikTok or face up a potential ban. So that's been going on for a long time. But there's the 200-day moving average for Snap. So it's right at it, 1101, basically right at the 200-day moving average. PTRA is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. I think this was another one that is an all-time low now. PTRA. Yes, man, I almost took this. I was looking at taking this under 2. This is an all-time low now for PTRA on earnings. PCT, this is an earnings play. I think it had gapped up. Let's see if it held its gap. PCT. All right, so gapped up to 646. So it's dropped almost $1 since then. Still up 19%. It's not a low float though, 116 million in the float, so it's not that low. Well, it's not a low float at all. We'll see what happens once the market opens. Is this shortable for me? It is not shortable for me. Interesting. And Interactive Brokers. PATH, PATH is an earnings play. ATH is an earnings play, release earnings after hours, and it's held the gap. The move area right here, that is the reaction to earnings, and it's held the gap, PATH, and decent volume. It's not a low float, 372 million in the float, so it shouldn't be incredibly volatile. But let's take a look left, 1714, 1735. So some little areas to get through if it wants to keep moving. Look at the weekly chart, 1834, that high over here. So it's got some room, but it is a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. LiPo is a gap up phase 2A results. LiPo, LIPO, has it held its gap? It got up to 315 or so, got down to 279. This is a very low float, 2.3 million. Completed its phase 2 clinical trial, phase 2A. Is Discord muted? No, no, it is not muted. Okay, are you, that was at 9:05. Here's my mic right there. It is not muted. So just as I was opening the room, this is an earnings play. Let's see if it held its gap. DBI, Designer Brands, DBI. Just as I was opening the room, we had this pop on earnings. Yeah, I mean, 928 back down to 870. Not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. So again, like I always, I have to wait to see what happens once the market opens. Hmm. Well, Captain K is usually in. He says he's in Discord, so I don't know what else I can do. The mic is not muted. That's the usual reason. SPCB, another one just as I was opening the room. SPCB. Received a $7.1 million follow-on order, okay, by Romania. Romania's Ministry of the Interior, okay. Popped up to 221, it's pulled back somewhat. Another very low float, Israeli stock, 2.4 million. See, that's not the Discord link I've got right now, Pepe. See, I don't quite get it. I have to admit. I mean, I haven't spent that much time, but here I do the invite. This is the link that I've got. PTP, NR, ZR, etc. Not that one. But I guess it doesn't matter. If you save an original one, you'll always be able to get in. This is the one I've got right now, though. I don't know if that makes any difference or not. So it does change. But that's the one I've got right now. Okay, so VLC, can you hear me though? All right. What? Anything happening? FRC? What? Okay, so that didn't happen. Okay, that did not happen. I'm just looking at my gap ups, and it says FRC at 36.19, but this is a fake topping tail. I don't know why our program does this. I'm looking at another chart. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out why we're getting these and why they don't disappear. I look at other trading charting programs. The problem with having these tails here, these topping tails, I'm assuming anyway. I think these are dark pool prints or something, whatever. But the problem is, I guess, if you're looking for a pre-market break, say of FRC, I mean, just using this as an example, it would have to get up to 36, which is not real. Oh, good. Man, what's wrong with Pepe today? The tech man himself doesn't get audio. I was worried. It is, yeah, it is a dark pool, but my problem with it is a dark pool print, probably. But I think that other platforms seem to get rid of the topping tail. So again, my whole basis on this is that be it a topping tail or a bottoming tail, excuse me, that is not, call it real. If for instance, if I wanted to say, okay, show me when FRC is close to taking out the pre-market high, I'm assuming it would have to get up to 36 before that would happen. When it's really not. I mean, the pre-market high is 34, so it's not terrible, but I don't know. It just shouldn't happen. Anyway, wow, 9:13 already. Let me see if we've got our upgrades and downgrades. So they're coming later now. So I'll do the. I'm going to go to from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then Show More, so I can take a look at the sectors. We're in for another negative open, not a huge negative open, but definitely negative. So let's take a look at the major sectors. And because we're in for this negative open, there is not one positive sector right now. So what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So again, a quick perusing of the rest of the big sectors. Nothing is 50% or more. So does that topping tail remain on Webull, Captain? I guess that's the issue. Does it remain? All right, again, guys, let's take a look at the 200-day moving average for these major sectors. XLE, again, drifting away and away and away. I guess as the price of oil is starting to decline. What I don't talk about is SMH, which of course is the ETF for semis. Semis is really strong. Look at this. Semiconductor ETF is very strong. Retail, XRT, XRT below again, still. Consumer staples, XLP. Interesting. Trying to recover a little bit, a little bit. Yesterday had a nice day, and there's the 200 day. So it's starting to approach the 200 day. Healthcare is still underneath, XLV, still underneath. XLI industrials. This is probably the star. Hmm. Not really anymore. Wow, look at this. Even industrials is starting to almost get to that 200-day moving average. Just about touched it yesterday before it recovered a little bit. Financials, of course, in disarray. XLF, well below the 200-day and moving away still. Consumer staples, or sorry, consumer discretionary below, well below. Materials, this is the one that was just resting on it yesterday well, and I broke down through it. Boy, I don't think we have really, other than semis, communications is down also, and I think tech is going to be up a little bit, but look at communications, XLC. Actually, communications is positive, interesting. Communications and XLK. So the tech sector, XLK, come on. XLK above the 200-day, communications and SMH. Everything else is really either below and drifting away or very close. All right, let me check my email now to see if, there we go. Interesting, another day in which there are way more upgrades than downgrades from briefing.com. So let me get them in. But I'm really, again, I know I say this every day, but what I'm looking for is maybe one stock that has been upgraded or downgraded by multiple firms. I don't see that right now, especially on the downgrade side. Yeah, I'm seeing a few tech stocks being upgraded. Bell upgraded. Good Locker. FedEx, I think, had earnings, guys. I didn't mention it. I think it's FedEx had earnings. I see it has an upgrade. Now that the downgrade's in, not very many. Interesting. Okay. Halo is being downgraded by SVB. Oh, SVB, sorry. Yeah, yeah, SVB. So Halo has been downgraded by SVB. Is that the definition of who's pronouncing it right? Unless they're not related to SVB, that's all I, it says SVB Securities. A couple of downgrades for LPSN. It had earnings and disaster. I'm hearing Shell and TTE. I want to take a look at them because in fact, I did not talk about, I guess, the bailout for Credit Suisse CS. Give me a moment. What happened to PTRA? It's an earnings play. So bad earnings. So look at CS. So CS had that, I guess they're going to be able to borrow up to $54 billion from the Swiss government. Okay, so that's obviously a bailout for potential bailout for CS. I thought it might affect TTE in a positive way, but so far no. TE still at that 200-day moving average, and Shell, SHEL, SHEL. Boy, that's so I mean, this is now really giving up that 200-day moving average. SHEL. Good morning, Mr. Mike C. in our YouTube room. Yeah, so Shell and TTE. So TTE is still kind of hanging around the 200-day. Hmm. Let's take a look at FedEx. FDX did have earnings, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so I'm wrong. They will have earnings after hours. They'll have earnings after hours, and FedEx likely to report sharp drop in quarterly earnings. Okay, but that doesn't mean that is going to happen, or that you should just pile in and short it right now and wait for that to happen. No, the cash register is just when I post something, the upgrades and downgrades, etc. I haven't seen this one for a while. Jan used to be fairly active, clothing store, right? Wrong, recyclables. Sorry, it was a clothing store for some reason. Well, it's a pretty old company, founded in 1976. Yeah, FRC in jeopardy now, but as somebody pointed out, you want to short this one, but I'd almost wait for the market to open if you're going to, yeah, try this one, just in case they do a little halt, like an SVB halt or SIVB halt. Not saying it's going to happen for FRC, but yeah, because it could happen during the day, of course, but at least the SIVB happened in the pre-market. Okay, Mr. Snap. Snap has big float. That's starting to drift down now, guys. WAL is not as bad as FRC, but drifting down, also down 10%. I have an alert I think yesterday's low, which is about $26. I'm waiting to see if it takes that out. And PTRA continues at all-time low now. Again, PTRA continues. It's and what a they've guided poorly and they've earnings fall short, and I think they've also guided poorly for PTRA. Blink. Blink is on the move here. BLNK. Yeah, look at it. Wow, look at Blink, guys. Charging announces a contract with the United States Postal Service to provide EV charging stations. Okay, that just hit the wires now. Okay, so that is Blink, BLNK, 49 million in the float. BLNK just hit. Now, how big is the contract? Let's see if they even mention up to 41,500 EV charging units. Seems like it's a pretty big deal. How much they're going to make on that? Obviously it's not disclosed, but so what's the next high looking left for Blink is 878. What did it get to? Got up to 872. Got some stuff to get through, unfortunately. I wish there was more of a clear shot to 10 or something. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Okay, okay, thank you, William. I'll keep an eye on the clock. Here's another one that's sneaking in here. ASO. Is this an earnings play? Yes, this is an earnings play, guys. ASO. ASO is an earnings play. Not a ton of volume yet, but it'll pick up. Academy Sports and Outdoors Inc. So this is almost an all-time high, guys. Almost an all-time high. Looks like the all-time high is 63.89, so it's only about 89 cents away from an all-time high. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert there just in case it takes out that all-time high. Meanwhile, LPSN continues down. All right, everybody, less than a minute before this market opens, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes to try to let things settle down a little bit. LPSN may be the exception because it looks like it's going to be a lifetime low. If it hits my 10-day daily breakdown, I may take it immediately. That's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. The issue may, well, I'm taking it right now because it's 50% down. The uptick rule will definitely be in effect. All right, guys, 2, 1, blast off. We are now open for business. PSO has a large, yes, a large short float percent. You're absolutely right. Look at this, 30% short. Oh, hard to believe. I mean, this stock has been, pretty strong for a long time. All right, guys, Path on the move here. Path is an earnings play. PH is an earnings play. Next high looking left is 17th. Well, it's past that. The next high looks like it's 1767. Then 1834. I'm saying it's getting there, of course. Little bounce for wall WAL. Little bounce for wall, guys. WAL holding 30, trying to hold 30 anyway for the time being. Blink, BLNK. So the pre-market high was 873. It pulled back, but it is a path is still on the move here, guys. PATH, early morning mover on earnings. PATH, LPSN. All right. Well, THMO trying to shake off that financing. Okay, THMO. They did the financing, had the big surge after hours, surge pre-market, announced the financing. That's that big red candle, but shaking it off now. They're only raising $3 million. It's not like a huge amount. But look at the float, 764,000 in the float. Though I guess in the other, we'll call it a million. Okay, whatever it is, it's low. I know the website indicates a million. Mm. And look at this. THMO just got halted on the way up. ASO looks like this is an all-time high now, guys. ASO all-time high on earnings. Hard to understand why there's this big short float percent. It really is. Not just because it made an all-time high today, but look at look what it's done over I mean, it really hasn't had a big collapse like a lot of other stocks. I mean, it's been steadily up. I would think there'd be a lot of covering. There must be something I'm not understanding. Look at WAL. Just about spit out my coffee. WAL had that little pop over 30. Look at this, 31, and then now it's at 28. These are like, I mean, these guys are like trading like penny stocks. I shouldn't say penny stocks, low float stocks, very low float stocks with these wild swings. LPSN continues down. Almost an all-time low now for LPSN. Disastrous earnings play plus very poor guidance. That's a sort of the double whammy. PCT is not an earnings play. PCT, yes, it is. PCT is an earnings play. PCT, what sort of room does it have? If we look left, 640, 645. So 640, 608, sorry, 608 is the next high looking left. And then after that, 618. So it's got a little bit of maybe some resistance on the way up. I was looking at this at 645. That was a lot nicer, but could be some resistance to get there to 645. This is an earnings play though, PCT. All right, this one from yesterday, the CXAI. Still have an alert set at the high of yesterday. This was a SPAC. It's a CXAI, a SPAC that turned into CXAI yesterday, and it's halted. What does it look like on the open THMO? Let's take a look at my, this is Interactive Brokers. This blue screen here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt for THMO at 521. So the projection right now is changes, of course, can change. There's nothing written in stone. 539, a little bit above the, excuse me, the halt price. Excuse me, sorry. But you can see how it changes. Now, if this is a 5-minute halt, ooh, so WAL just got halted on the way down. WAL just got halted on the way down. So if this is a 5-minute halt for CXAI, this will open just a second after 940. That's CXAI, I'm sorry, with the THMO. So that'll be at 937 plus 9 seconds. So it could open in 9 seconds. Could open in 9 seconds, THMO. Let's take a look right there. See how the bid ask is changing. And there we go, we're open. Okay, not good, not good. Not a good open at all. We got halted at 5:30? Excuse me, at 5:21. And that's basically where it opened, so it's now below. Now, the only way I'll take this, if somehow it gets above that first halt price, I may get into it, and it's halted on the way down now. So that's not a good halt at all. So it's halted on the way down. Okay, guys, LPSN is getting interesting to me. It's not showing up yet on my 10-day daily breakdown. LPSN tried to have a little bit of a pop, sitting at 460 right now. So WAL, wow, look at this open. Yeah, no big clue. 2761. So there's the halt for WAL at 2762. And so no big clue where it's going to open. And again, this blue window that you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is Time and Sales Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. I tried to get some of the LPSN and I couldn't get it. I know it hasn't hit my 10-day daily breakdown, but it's going to. I think the issue is it's not 40 cents down from the open. Wow, PCT just ripping here, guys. PCT just ripping on earnings. Well, I mean, look, if it can take out that 650, the next high is around 7. So it's early, but definitely keep an eye on that one. Shoot. Look at PCT, guys. I mean, it's early, but this is just trying to take out that 650. 653 is the next high looking left, and then after that, we've got 711. Okay, there's the LPSN. There's the LPSN hitting my 10-day daily breakdown. And again, if you're wondering why so late, because it had to be 40 cents below the open. That's one of the filters I got. And it's almost a lifetime low. Boy, PCT guys, I mean, this is just one of those ones. And now, I always say I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, and I will miss ones like this. Absolutely. Doesn't bother me anymore. Stocks that just rip right from the open with any pullback. I've just seen too many times where stocks move up and down so much in the first 15 that you can get whipped out of positions pretty easily. So that's why I typically don't do it. But that means I'll miss one that just runs right from the beginning, like the ASO. ASO, I think, pulled back a little bit here. Not much. LPSN, guys. LPSN. Yes, I'm in. I actually got a fill. I wasn't sure if I'd get a fill on that with that uptick rule, but I got a quick fill. It wasn't an issue at all. So I don't know what I'm doing with this exactly. I mean, people are going to say, "Well, what's your price target?" I really don't have one. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. So, but I'm in at the 441. Let me see if it. And I may be early. I may be a little early. And that's for the LPSN. PD on the move also. Is this an earnings play? PD, yes. So PD is on the move. This is an earnings play. PD. Pager duty. So the next high looking left looks like it's around 32.11. If it can get through that, then the next high is 32.56. If it gets through that, then we got 33.77. So it's got a little bit of room. Again, this is what I'm talking about right there. Okay, LPSN 442. And that's on my 10-day daily breakdown. So FRC resumed. It got halted. I didn't see the halt. It got halted at 21.39. And so it's basically at the halt price. And I see WAL resumed. And it is almost at yesterday's low. WAL almost at yesterday's low, which is at 29.90. I'm sorry, what's going on here? 26.33. I'm sorry, 26.33. No, I got a little distracted. I should have taken some of the LPSN off, I think, when it got into the 20s, but we'll see what happens here. KC, Kings, this is an earnings play? No. KC is on, wow, KC is on the move. Cheap one. Big float. China stock. Next high looking left is 504. If it can take out 504, it's got a little bit of room, 532. It's a big float, quarter of a billion in the float. Okay, LPSN get in back into the 20s. Okay, LPSN, thank you. Thank you. Just watching the LPSN here, guys. Okay, I have covered some 2322, sorry, 2324. Yeah, Momo is an earnings play, I believe. I had it actually on my list, I thought, but the Momo is an earnings play. Okay, DBI is an earnings play. I guess the volume is picked up now. DBI, Designer Brands, earnings play. It's okay, Paradox. All right, LPSN. Turning into a beauty now, guys. I've Yeah, I've covered some more in the mid-teens. I don't know if it's going to be able to take out four, so I don't have that much left. That's a great percentage move. 441 is where I'm in. Covered some at 423 and 423, 424, and now at 415. So it's a great percentage move. I don't know if PTRA was shortable for me. See if it was shortable because, yeah, it was shortable for me. Shoot. It's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it's an all-time low. It's not showing up because one of the filters I have, you'll see this filter I have here, if you care, must be 40 cents down from the open. So, a stock this cheap, it's going to take a bit to get it 40 cents down from the open. You see, it opened at 174, so it's got to get down to 130. Well, briefly did. Oh, USB guys. So here's the banks. Another bank, BNKU. This must be an ETF. Yeah, so BNKU and USB Bank, US Bancorp, right? Is that what it's called? Yeah, US Bancorp. Um, my problem with trading the banks right now, very dependent on the SPY, of course. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like things trading on their own. LPSN is trading completely on its own. I mean, it's an earnings play. Okay, it doesn't really care. I don't. It won't matter if the market rallies at all for an LPSN. The banks are very susceptible, though, of course, to these fluctuations, depending on what the market's doing. So I kind of like they're not what I call alpha stocks. PTRA, obviously an alpha stock. ECT, an alpha stock. Trading on its own. They don't. Most of these stocks won't care that much about what the market's doing. And why? Because they have earnings, so they're sort of on in their own little world. Now, again, yeah, I know what you're saying, Paradox. For those new, when I talk about looking left and I say, okay, it's got room, for instance, PCT, it's got room to 7. I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, I'm just saying until the next, at least we don't have to worry about the next high being close, that close. But of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's not like it's a price target. Just want to make sure people understand that. Okay, guys, THMO, trying to get over 5 again. Or if LPSN takes out 4, look out below. I find it hard to believe it'll do it. All right, there's a THMO now. Now be careful, guys. If you're going to take this one, remember that float is can be injurious to your health. Seriously. I mean, we've got 764,000. I guess if you go to another website, it might be a million, but whatever it is, it's very, very low. Okay. So yes, that's why a stock can move up rapidly, but it can move down more rapidly. So just be really, really careful. Okay. WAL resumed. I think it popped actually. A little bit of a pop. Okay, guys, there is a THMO on the move in a big way through the VWAP now, 548. Yeah, Intel had an upgrade. Yes, INTC had an upgrade. LYG, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Look, a lot of, oh, this is Lloyd's. Okay, a bank. Okay. Ooh, this is another bank, guys. Wow, look at this one, guys. Look at TFC. Whoa. This is, I mean, this is below even the lows of the multi-disaster day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days or 5 days down. 3041 was the low, and now it is just really tanking. TFC. I mean, even FRC, before I say it, let me make sure. Even FRC is not below the low of that, of the 23rd, or sorry, the 13th, which is 1658. But look at TFC. See how I mean, it's at the low of all this. Lots and lots and lots of shares available, 3 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure this is an abundance of shorts everywhere, all brokerage platforms. Not saying to take the trade here, but boy, this is super weak. There's your THMO, guys. So again, if you took it, remember what I said? I said the only way I would take it is if it took out that the halt price of 523. The early halt price, what was it at? Or 521. But you've just got to be, you can't wander away from your computer if you took something like this, okay? All right, how's ASO doing? Is it still holding near the highs? Oh, 67 down to 64. So let's see if it, I mean, it's in theory not, well, an all-time high is up here now. All right, guys, so I'm out of the LPSN as it's having its, so I didn't have very much left, so I'm totally out of it. Nice early trade for me on the short. Now I can cheer William on in his long-term account. So here's one near the VWAP, guys. Well, it was near the VWAP. And look at the bottoming tail here for FITB, and it's popped up. Lots of halts, resumes. Ugly. Look at this now. That's why I hope, please, I hope people listened on this THMO. We're rapidly up, probably more rapidly down. And now it's halted. Okay. Okay, guys, DBI, what's the volume like now? So the volume has definitely picked up. Hardly had any volume in the pre-market. DBI, earnings play. The issue I have with it is, to me, looks like there's too much resistance between here and the 960 mark. I mean, too bad it doesn't have a clear shot. I mean, 10 is up here. And if we can get through, the next high looking left is 945 and then 957 and then 972. These little areas that could stall as opposed to a clear shot to that 10 level. I mean, not listen to me, of course, but that's what I see. And 49 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not high. Okay, now I'm going to take a look a little longer at. I mean, even USB is sort of the same as the TFC. It's it's at the lows, taking all this out. I mean, here's the difference. Now, granted, these fell a lot more, perhaps. I mean, we're talking from 73 down to 6, so I guess I have to take that into account also. USB fell from 46 down to 33. So I mean, it's not good, but it's not the same catastrophic drop as those other ones. All right, TFC, the low was 28.70. Let's see if it can, it has popped. It has popped off that low. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Internal discussions again. BNKU. Now, I don't know if I want to take this one. Wow. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. Basically, you could buy this is a short, this is a long ETF. Okay, but there's got to be a short equivalent. So if you don't want to go, if you don't want to short this, you could buy something. Yeah, I guess I should have taken it. 14.99, 14.64 now. BNKU. Somebody will know what's the long. I know I've seen it. What's the long version of this? Okay, so the short, buying the short. of BNKU. Wow, look at Pac W now, guys. Pac W underneath. Oops, I'm excited there. PACW underneath 9. Hmm. Thank you, Tank. I knew there was. I've seen it before. The BNKD. Yeah. So if you don't want to short BNKU, then you just buy BNKD. So this is just the inverse. So there's BNKD, the inverse. So if you're for whatever reason you can't short, say a BNK. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just pointing it out. Wow. And look at KRE, guys. Boy, these regional banks, KRE, the low yesterday was 42.84. It looks like. Oof, another energy play, TNP. Yeah, let me get rid of the. Okay, I have to put a price alert down here at the low TFC later on if it takes it out. TFC, that's at the low of the day. Hmm. LPSN on the way down again, but I don't have any more left. Part of me says if it gets down underneath 4, like the 390 level, maybe I reshort it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert around 392 and see if that happens later on. Yeah, there's not really any bank that's safe. When I say safe, I mean from this selling onslaught in their stocks. We're not saying Citigroup's going out of business or anything like that, but no real bank that looks like it's safe. Bank of America, WFC. Somebody mentioned JP Morgan. I'm sure Goldman Sachs, the same. JS. really have a tough time going long anything right now, guys. When you mentioned Intel had the no, it's still high. I thought somebody said it was dropping, but it maybe it dropped a little bit. But yeah, INTC had an upgrade this morning, I believe. INTC. I mean, it's a huge float, 4 billion in the float. That's why I typically don't trade these, just because they don't move that much. But that's a pretty impressive move. The next high looking left, 29.65. So if somehow it takes out 29.65, wow, the next high is 31.17. The 200-day moving average is 31.24. So he's got some room if it can take out that high of 29.65, and it's almost there. Wow, EVC, take a look at, oh, I wish that bottoming tail wasn't there. EVC 555 is the next low looking left. I was looking over here thinking it might be close to 5. EVC, I think is it shortable? Yeah, tons of shares available, 4 million in the at Interactive Brokers. EVC is weak for some reason. Not an earnings play. March 9th had earnings on the 9th post market, so the reaction was on the 10th. So there's your earnings reaction. It's sold off right at the bottom here, 552, and then the buyer stepped in and at least closed it up at 6. Still down for the day, the previous day, down from the previous day's close, but now looks like it wants to just keep moving down. EVC. WAL, yeah, WAL. I have this, still have this low of yesterday, $26 or so. 26.33. Because if it takes that out, I mean, I know you're giving up a couple of dollars from there, but if it takes that out, then the next low is 22.50. So I mean, there's a $4 underneath. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Just looking at our Discord. Yeah, you're right, Greenhorn. That news a year ago, maybe for Blink. Yeah, look at that. I mean, and now it's gone negative. Shoot. I was actually thinking of this one. I mean, you're not going to get much better news, seemingly, than this. 41,000 EV units to the US Postal Service. And the market, now, how much they're going to make, I don't know. And how, is that over 10 years? Is it over 2 years? I'm sure there's more information you can get from it, but look at this. I mean, on that news, the initial reaction to pop it to 872. So not only has it dropped, but it's gone negative. So it's not just that it's, come off those highs, it's actually gone negative. The market just doesn't care. But are you insinuating that that is not that's fake news? I mean, I hate to use that term, but that's fake news that they didn't actually sign a deal with the U.S. Postal Service for all those for 41,000 charging units. Again, we don't know how much money they can make on that. E-Man, guys. E-Man, what's E-Man doing? E-Man had a nice day yesterday and a continuation today. So 180 is the next high, looks like, for E-Man on the weekly chart. E-Man. Whatever happened to Stamp? Did they get bought by the U.S. Postal Service? This TMP, remember this was such a high flyer? And then I remember that I thought that the U.S. Postal Service said we're not going to use them anymore, and that cratered the stock, but it came roaring back. This is this is a few years ago. Well, and that's the thing about Blink. I mean, that looks like it's a huge order, but over how many years? Halo, I think, had a downgrade. I believe Halo had a downgrade. We just check. Halo had a downgrade. I should have paid more attention to that. HALO had a downgrade, and that downgrade is hitting it now. What's the next low? Wow, the next low looking left on the weekly chart down here around 34. So it still has about $3 or so. Yeah, XLE must be just getting smoked here. Look at this. I mean, look how far away it is from the 200-day moving average. Remember these heady days, guys? Way back here. So I've only taken the one trade so far, and that was the LPSN short. Now THMO is now back up after that halt, I guess, resumed, and it's insanely whippy. I will stick an alert at the high of the day right here and see if it takes it out. There's a Prudential Financial PRU. I mean, look at this one, $100.77 PRU on the way down also. Oh, here's another one that is, excuse me, it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but HNST, the honest company, well, they're an all-time low now, HNST, and lots of shares available, 1.24 million at Interactive Brokers, the short. So the shorts are just piling. This is actually an earnings play. Didn't know that. So this is an earnings play also, HNST. MGNX, guys, MGNX. This, take a look at this on this weekly chart. The high is 650. I'm sorry. The high is 757 on the weekly chart, and then after that 780. So it may have too much to get through or too bad. Nice move for it though. $8 price target put on by JMP Securities, which is not that far away. Now, if they put $100, that might be a little more interesting. All right, DBI is right at the VWAP, guys. 927 is the VWAP. Is at 925, so it's right at the VWAP. Will it bounce, or will it just take it out and move down? One moment, I'll be right back. Okay, now let's take a look at some of these races. I like to look at them about an hour in. I start my races at 9:30, and don't tell me BBBY actually had a pop here. Yeah, forget about it. Is my 15-minute SPY chart correct? Um, well, I think so. Yeah, 387. Yeah, looks like it's correct. Why? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It's frozen? Really? You are right. Just give me. Oh, I see what's happened. There we go. Okay, just had to hit the right arrow. Should be correct now. Yeah, it's correct. Thank you, Raz. It is now. It is now corrected. Sometimes, if I go back in time, usually a little right arrow will tell me that I've gone. Anyway, it is not correct. Boy, look at TNP. I mean, this. You mentioned this one just a little while ago. Energy. Boy, energy company. Oh, well, deep sea freight. Okay. 718, guys. Wow, 718 is the next low looking left. Is that right? 1763 and then 1718. Wow, has room. So right now, the banks look like they're kind of just stuck now in a little trading range, of the ones I'm looking at anyway. The TFC, the WAL, WAL, FRC, PACW. LPSN, nice recovery. Anybody play the bounce on that has been rewarded. So 10:30, some numbers come out, natural gas inventories. Okay, so that's at 10:30, so in 4 minutes from now, or 3.5 minutes from now. So this one is hanging around the VWAP, UNVR 3461. So it's just kind of hanging around the VWAP. Boy, this is interesting action for this one. Look, I mean, a huge decline and then all of a sudden a pop. It's not earnings either. Something happened. I don't know what happened with UNVR to cause it go from 31 up to 35 the next day. Not earnings. Must be some news, of course, but I can't see it right now. Yeah, with the chat AI, I'm just waiting. I'm trying to hopefully I got another couple of years left for some I get replaced by a robot talking to you guys. Okay, RTO just showed up. I don't know what this is. Business support services, protects people from pest-borne disease and the risks of poor hygiene. Okay. So this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. It's actually an earnings play. Okay, this could be interesting. It's an earnings play. Almost, well, it's not. It's on an all-time high, but it's certainly in the upper range. And that is RTO. What's the spread like, and what's the float? $500 million in the float, so it shouldn't be crazy volatile. And what's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? 33.57. So it's above that. It's got some room. It's an earnings play, RTO. Don't know this. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. It's a big pop up for it. Ah, thank you, Casa. So APO UNVR takeover. Okay, thank you. Had to be a reason. Probably would have seen it if I checked our news here. Obviously, I'm not going to see it in the IB headline news because it was a few days, probably a few days ago. Well, it was a few days ago, obviously. Boy, this is interesting. This art. Okay, there's the thermo guys. THMO just made a new high here, breaking out. Legal depends what she sounded like. But look at that. I mean, they popped up. I mean, this is why you got to be so careful. I mean, it popped up to 615, it came right back down to 554 and 547. I mean, you've got to be so careful. Cannot emphasize enough that if you take one of these, you cannot wander away from your computer just because of the float. I'll give them credit though. They announced their financing and it's right here. That's why we had that giant red candle down here at the 8:30 15-minute candle. They announced the financing. Just tanked the stock, but it's recovered nicely. Okay, guys, I have taken some of this RTO above the VWAP, showing up on that 10-day daily breakout. Got some room. Again, this is not a recommendation to do the same, but I have taken some of this RTO. Around the 33.74 mark. Luis, well, I mean, I've had Interactive Brokers for 8 years now, 7 or 8 years now. I like it. I mean, I found it very reliable, but I don't want to come off. I'm certainly not a shill for them or anything. But I have found it very reliable. It has enough. Does it have like a full suite of shorts like a Center Point or some of the other ones? No, but it's probably, if you look at other brokers like TradeStation and E-Trade, etc., I think it always has a reputation if you're into shorting. But for me, the broker, it's just very reliable. I've had no issues with it whatsoever in the 7 or 8 years I've had it. Is it a pretty looking brokerage platform? No. Okay, so if you're into pretty, it's not pretty. It looks actually kind of archaic to a certain extent, but see, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm more about function over form when it comes to a brokerage platform. Give me something that is super reliable. I think I get good fills and all that. So it doesn't have all the pretty bells and whistles that maybe other platforms have. It doesn't bother me at all. Well, Carlos, as you know, I mean, I don't have TradeStation, so I had TradeStation a long time ago. It was available in Canada many, many, many years ago, and then they yanked it. It's a nice, it's definitely prettier looking than Interactive Brokers, but I cannot comment other than that. I mean, listen, it's an accredited brokerage platform for sure. All right, just keeping an eye on this RTO. Is it going to take me out of this trade? It might. Just watching this VWAP here, 33.42. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with TradeStation at all. I can't, but because I'm in Canada, I cannot use TradeStation though. So Interactive Broker is certainly it's a worldwide broker. And then we're saying I'm Somebody in our YouTube room says TradeStation has horrible executions. That may be. I don't know. I mean, I certainly don't know. This is a UK stock. A little pop here, guys, for KRE. Let's take a look at KRE. A little pop for KRE, which is, of course, the ETF for the regionals. Let's see if the other ones follow suit. Okay, guys, I'm out of the RTO trade. I'll take a look at it later, maybe, but I'm out of it. I mean, that VWAP may hold, but I'm not going to stick around to find out. Or you can use Trade Ideas and use its paper trading, its simulator. Oh, I got out before. I mean, there's the VWAP. That was kind of my absolute worst I wanted to do in the trade, the 33.42. Okay. So when I saw it, when I position sized myself in this one, I was in it, what, 33.70, 74. And that was the worst I wanted to do. But when it was starting to drift down, I just didn't. I got out a little. I got out before the VWAP in the 50s, actually. I may look at it again later on, if it gets back up into this area, that 33.70 area, later on in the day. But right now, not interested. All right, Mattel guys. Mattel is weakening here. MAT. Nobody's buying Barbies, I guess. Mattel is weakening. MAT. Well, Carlos, I mean, you can't really go wrong with any legitimate broker, okay? I mean, there are pros and cons for every broker, okay, I suppose. But I mean, you can't really go wrong with any broker. I mean, if you're talking TradeStation or E-Trade or Thinkorswim or Interactive Brokers, all the major ones, you can't really go wrong. The people will pick at things and say, I don't like it because it does this, and that's fine. But I mean, you're not going to go. It's not like you're going to go wrong if you pick any one of the major brokers, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, so the banks are having a little, these regional banks having a little bit of a pop now, okay? As I said yesterday, you should probably have, if you're going to trade these, that's through the VWAP now, TFC. If you're going to trade them, my suggestion is you have KRE thumbnailed somewhere, okay? This is the ETF, and you can see that most of them will probably look a little like this, okay? So this is your ETF for the regional banks. So, a lot of them will look exactly like KRE. There's that. Now, the good thing about TFC, maybe, maybe, is that it's through the 200, it's through the VWAP. Yeah, and as far as free trades are concerned, I don't get too hung up on that at all. Commissions and I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. Yes, I have to pay the horrendous half a cent a share, but I'm not into, taking 10,000 shares of a penny stock. So, and I was saying horrendous, very tongue in cheek. Realtick, boy, I haven't heard anybody using Realtick for a long time. All right, guys, TFC on the move here. TFC is on the move. That was the nice one because it took out the VWAP. TFC on the move. And WAL looks like it is trying to take out the VWAP. WAL, yeah, it is now taking out the VWAP. The TFC looked better. The reason, well, in my opinion anyway, because, well, let me just show you why I thought it looked better. Yeah, it did. I mean, when you look at it, look what the next high was, 3116, okay? So try to remember what this TFC chart looks like. TFC chart looks like, and then look at the WAL chart. Okay, look left. Look at all the stuff it's got to get through. TFC had none of that. So that to me made it a lot better. Okay, you know what? Something is happening to my SPY chart. I'm not doing this on purpose, but I have to gonna have to keep an eye on this. I have to keep clicking that right arrow to get it up to date. I did not do anything, as far as I know. Wow, TFC guys, this was the one because it was above. The other ones were not above the VWAP. And look left. Look at the room it had compared to the other ones. Now, I'll be careful, of course. One more little surge here. The next high looking left is 31.18. I'm taking some out right now. I don't trust it's going to take out that whole number, so I'm taking some out right now. Let's see, 31. Can it take out 31? I mean, if it can take out 31, and that next high is 31.18. I mean, if it can take out 31, then after that, I mean, 32. I'm not saying it's happening, of course. Buenos dias, Carlos. Wow, 31. Come on, 31. Now, by the way, guys, on the RTO, I have not given up on it. I mean, I'm out of it. I took a little loss on it, but I have not given up on it for the day. Okay. If it takes out this high up here, especially if the market, I mean, it may be a little more reliant on the market, even though it is an earnings play, it should trade mainly on its own. But if it can take this out up here, this 33.72, I may get back in it. Wow, TFC at the 31 mark right now. Nada. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Snap. I haven't really looked at anything. The reason I haven't looked at my races that much in the last little while is because I'm, wrapped up in the banks. They're the ones that are moving. So a lot of the races don't show up here. Certainly not going to show up in this one, and not even in this one. The large caps. Wow, TFC now through. What's the float on this TFC? Yeah, the big float, 1.3 billion. And look at KRE again. Just thumbnail it, guys. Thumbnail KRE. If you're going to trade the banks, these regional banks, thumbnail KRE to see the move. Okay. The minute you start to see, maybe a red candle, but you're not seeing it yet, that's when you want to, wow, look at this thing go. Yeah, market's popping. Yes. Okay, there's the RTO right back up. Now, do I want to take it? Second time lucky, maybe? Let's see. Yeah, they're all moving, guys. Yeah, the Pac W. Look at TFC. I don't. TFC is now I have to check again. So it's through that high, of course. 31.98. Next high looking left. Okay, I've taken some more off, guys. I just have my doubts we're going to have this continuing. So I've taken some more off right now of the TFC. But I'll put an alert up here, see if it takes out that high. If it cracks through 31, I'm out everything. Market surge here. Yeah, look at that market surge. Look at KRE. I mean, I know I've taken some off of this, but KRE is still strong. Right with the market. Look at these two green candles right there. Well, as somebody said, the big banks, others discuss capital infusion into First Republic. So the big banks and others discussing capital infusion into First Republic. Dwayne posted that. That's probably, well, not probably, it's got to be the reason. So FRC is, I didn't even know that, but FRC is halted. WAL is halted also. Okay. Interesting. They didn't halt my TFC. Well, I mean, obviously it didn't fit meet the requirements. Obviously, I mean, that's the reason it's not halted. Yeah, and I don't want to be in a halt of this one just in case. Again, they're not halted for news, but a volatility. I don't think I'm at risk right now on a volatility halt for TFC. Could be famous last words, but and then here's FRPT, Freshpet. Ooh, that's right at the 200-day moving average, 56.13, right at the 200-day moving average. If it takes that out, the next high is around 58. Well, this turned into an exciting day with the banks. Look at KRE, guys. FRC just resumed. FRC just resumed, and a big pop for FRC on the resumption. The TFC just took out the high now. I'm just going to hang on now. See what happens with the TFC. Halted again. You're right. It is halted again. It's not showing up. I guess that sometimes In our with our halts resumes, if something gets halted almost immediately, it's unfortunately just not showing up. But you know it's halted because when you click on it, not trading anymore, and it actually says to halt right there. So okay, guys, I'm out of the TFC now. Okay, I'm all gone. And I am back in RTO. Back in RTO. I was watching this one to see how it was trading. So I'm back in RTO around the 75 mark for RTO. See if the second time it has the move I'm looking for. Now, if this RTO doesn't move very soon, I'm just going to bail. I'm not going to hang around it that much longer if it doesn't really start to move. PD 3144. Wow. Lost sight of this is the one. This is really the one I should have been all over. There's the PD 3144, 3265. I was more wrapped up in this RTO. But we'll see. I mean, maybe, just maybe it can start to have a run. But look at PD, pager duty, PD 3144, and now 3265. It's on my 10-day daily break out. Whoa, TFC popping again. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. PD, that is an earnings play also. They're both earnings plays, the PD and the RTO, but this is definitely reacting a little bit better. Okay, so KRE is still a little minor sell-off. The top there sold off, but it still looks strong. So if you're in any one of these banks, regional banks, still looking reasonably good. What you don't want to see is that. Okay, you don't want to see a big red candle forming. Okay, RTO, move, 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 move. Okay, all I'm doing, I'm just having some fun here, putting some price alerts on top of it, see if it can take it out. You can see how KRE and the SPY are virtually similar, okay? There's the SPY move, there's those two giant green well, especially this one. And then look at KRE, giant green candle, now red forming, little red forming here. I think I'm going to be very happy with my exit now of TFC. I knew you meant to say beginning to understand what a capital raise really means as opposed to they're begging to understand. Or maybe you did mean begging, but I'm pretty sure you meant beginning to understand. Okay, guys, 11 o'clock. So I will do a little spiel here. Talk about trade ideas as a bit of a lull in the action. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. First, of course, how can you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? So just scroll down a little bit. We have a nice promo code or promo on right now, Patty 25 to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea how much it costs. We have four plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The annual premium is 2,000. The annual standard is 1,000, less 25% in both cases, of course. The big difference is the AI. It's a watch list now, guys. It's a watch list. DBI early on was not a bad one. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, less than 25% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, that is what you would pay going forward. If you take out a monthly subscription though, and you decide that you'd like to have an annual, if you do that within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo. And that also, if you are currently a subscriber on a monthly and you want to take out an annual, we'll also honor the 25%. So it's not just for new subscribers. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this. You must start the Getting Started series. 10 videos, short videos, download and install the first one, first startup and login toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay. You have to do this. Okay. It is a software program. There is a learning curve. And this will, you do this will help you a lot, in my opinion. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, okay? It's a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So this is not a third party. This is, again, Michael Noss. Some of you may know him. He's in the YouTube room on Tuesdays between 12 and 1. So he put this together. So again, if you're new to trading, I think this is really valuable. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now today is Thursday, and when I take my break between 12 and 1, unless Steve has switched with Handy, but he's usually in the room on Thursdays, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. And you can sign up for it here. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, make sure you check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder, okay? Education link, big education link right here. So here is our user guide. Getting started, there's that getting started section again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a T window, a top list window, and you should know about stock racing. Stock racing, we've got some videos for you, 4 videos, and your race startup, clickable, race configuration, clickable, a lot of information about the stock racing. The other thing I would really take a look at is price alerts, okay? How to put a price alert on a chart. There's that getting started series again. So as I said before, I take a break between 12 and 1. One or the other, and Eastern time, of course, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that. There's my free trading room. Educational videos are here. And last, my scan. So again, if you click on my link, I should always say this, you have to scroll down to get to this section here, okay? Here are my scans. Here are the 2 races that you see right here, the races, 2 races. This is it, guys. This is the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. I love these right here. I like the momentum scan. Here's the false resumes that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This kind of sets the tone for me for the day. Not necessarily everything that's moving in the pre-market is going to be moving once the market opens, but at least we can identify stocks that might be interesting for the day. And I've used this format for years and years and years. My pre-market act is up and down. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage. Click on my homepage, and then you'll come to this page. Use that promo code. This is a free room. The room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save your link or save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Okay. Hey, we have, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and if you click on new from our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Every one of them, I'll click on the momentum channel. Every one of them has some scans that we have created. So here's, for instance, here's one Rumble. So here's a momentum scan. Now the Momo in my homepage, this is basically this one. Okay. Okay, come on, RTO. Do me proud. So there's a momentum scan. And what time is it now? 11:10. So this showed up at 11:09. Rumble. Let's take a look at Rumble, RMBL. Let's take a look at why it would have shown up. Yeah, look at that. Look at that pop here. So this, if you want to know what the scans are looking for, my scans and any scan that we've created here, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. That's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Now we are a real-time scanner, okay? A lot of screeners out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, these filters that we have. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 1,000% of normal in the volume in the last minute. This is what gives the momentum. Okay, so if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at, real-time scanning. And we have a lot of different, I mean, this one is looking for a new intraday high, but we have a lot of different alerts that you can use, real-time alerts. And here are all the filters. When you get to these icons, these are the filters. So this shows you that, I mean, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can, but we have a lot of built-in scans that you can use. There's CRBP, just showed up. Again, I'm not trying to show you exactly how to use Trade Ideas. This is all in the guide. Just trying to give you a general overview, okay? There's CRBP. Let's see what it did. Look at that. Look at that pop. Okay. On volume. On volume. Here it goes. So we have a lot of scans that we've created for you that you can use. And of course, you can adjust the scans. If you didn't like that price range, you can make adjustments to the price range. Maybe you don't like 1 in 50, maybe you like 10 and 100, as an example. Fresh Pet, boy, FRPT, I kept going. Mentioned this one, I don't know, dollar ago, and it kept going. I'm not in this one, but it took out that, I think it was right at the 200-day moving average. I believe it was just underneath it. Took it out. Next high looking left now for Fresh Pet. FRPT is 57.96, so about 58. Yeah, what a pullback. I mean, ASO got up to $67 and then down to 60. That's a $7 drop. And of course, I should have started my whole thing by saying, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. I get live on the mic at 9 and I go to about 3:20, 3:30 Eastern time, of course. I do open the main room at 8. No, actually, sometimes earlier. Usually it's earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock. So you can come into the main room for an hour and chat amongst yourselves. And then I get live on the mic at 9. This the TFC is kind of trading on its own. It's kind of trading on its own. When I look at KRE, KRE is moving down. It had the bottoming tail here, but it popped right back up. How did EBIX do? This was my disappointing one from yesterday. EBIX. Well, set an alert at 1450. Look what it got to today. Got it to 1460. So yeah, I'm just going to set an alert up here at the high and see if it takes it out. This was an earnings play yesterday, and I missed one of the big pops it had. All right, guys. Definitely a lull in the action for me. Not somebody said GME had a little pop. Take a look at GME. Yeah. Die. See how my short of AMC is doing today. 716 on the entry, 432 now. Yeah, that move, but big deal. I just want to put, I mean, this is interesting to me anyway. It's interesting. Look at KFC. I put KRE here in place of the SPY. Look at the action for KRE. Look at that giant red candle. Now that was red at one point, that candle here, but it recovered beautifully. And I mean, it's still hanging in there, TFC. That did not turn into a red candle. Big bottoming tail. But again, what does it mean? It means that yes, it got down to $31, but the buyers just stepped in and closed it higher. They did not do that here. I might just leave KRE up. I mean, it's sort of right now kind of a proxy for the SPY. Not exactly, but AI. Haven't seen AI for a while. Let's take a look at AI. Next high looking left is 22.75, so it's got about $1 until it hits that next high. You know what, guys? I'm out of the RTO. I just don't. I made it just a little bit, kind of, yeah, just made a little bit. Just don't like the way it's trading. I thought it should have taken out 34 by now, so I'm just going to forget about it. So made a little bit. FRC at the VWAP, guys, 2210. So it's right at the VWAP. All right, guys. Yeah, it is Steve. I'm sorry, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I take my break. Just confirm that. Nice bounce for LPSN. There's a part of me that says, hey, if it takes out 5, I may have to take this trade. I mean, it's got all sorts of room, of course. Earnings play was an all-time low. Took the nice short on it early, but it's holding the VWAP 472. All right, guys, give me a moment. I just got to walk around for a bit. All right, excuse me, I'm back. Boy, this FRPT just kept running. KRE. I'll put it back here. KRE making another move here, guys. Wiping out that red bar now. So a lot of these, looking at WAL. You can see WAL is more mimicking the KRE than is TFC. MJ, really? MJ? How about MSOS? That's the one. The other one. I think it trades more. MSOS. Yeah, a little bit more. MSOS. Oh, I'm sorry, Denver. I didn't even see you had MSOS. Yes. WeWork. Do we? Okay. Let's take a look at WeWork. I don't know why this is popping up. Some volume coming in. Is there some WeWork news? I don't. Okay, my news headline is stuck. Just give me a moment. I think my news headline is stuck in IB. I'm not able to bring up anything on WE. Let me just bring up another one. I don't see any news. I don't see any specific news for WE. All right, guys, I'm just putting up a new news window. The other one was just kind of stuck for some reason. I wasn't changing the symbols. Okay, let's see. DRMA. This is on the move here. DRMA, big pop here. Coming right into resistance. Is this, darn it, not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Look, I mean, I mean, this is a big stalling right there, but not shortable for me. Okay, Gil, you can ask the question about filters. Is there a custom formula for, and you're just teasing us for what? Talking to somebody in our, in the Trade Ideas questions tab. Somebody mentioned ONON earlier. What a move. Yeah, nice, nice move, orderly. Hug the VWAP all the way up and then surged away from it. ONON. This is just trying to see if there's any sort of there we go, Wedbush. So Wedbush is putting their stamp on it. A neutral to outperform. Did they put a price target? From 25, from 20 to 25. And another one from Telsey Advisory. So ONON, a couple of upgrades this morning. ONON. I don't think I saw those in the upgrades. Let me just do a quick look. Yeah, you know what? I did see that. So that was one of the upgrades. What I'm talking about, this is from our Discord room. So there are the upgrades, and there was ONON. Just didn't really pay that much attention to it. I should have. Okay. Is there a way to identify the next resistance in the daily? In other words, the next high? See, if you use as a trigger, I mean, I do have a custom formula that can show you the distance to the next high. Assuming that you're using a strategy, an alert window that the new high is your trigger, if that makes sense. So this is what I've got. Okay, this is what I've got. So I do have a custom formula that you can use. Give me a moment as I find it. Okay, so you're going to you have your pick. Where are you? Distance to next high. Okay, so this is the distance to the next high or low. Okay, next high or low. And this is in dollars. And then if you wanted percent, this is in percent, distance to the next high in percent. So these are the two formulas. Have you created a custom formula before? Okay, good. So here I will, so what I'll do, just give me a moment here. Okay, so this is, now do you want the percent and the dollar or you want them both or just one? Just the dollar, okay? So that's the simpler of the two. Pretty simple formula, really. Okay, there's your formula. And the equal P in that formula, okay, is the next high. So for instance, if ONON, if you had an alert window and it was showing you that, and you got a trigger and that was making a new high for the day, it would look left and it would see that the next high is 2247. So for instance, here we are at 2185, 2247. So what's that say, 70 cents away? So if you said, well, I want the next high always to be at least a dollar away, whatever that number is going to be. So I actually do have an alert window. I haven't used it for quite a while. That you can take a look at. I know it's give me a moment. Distance to next high or low. So I actually have one constructed. I can give it to you if you want. And then you can take a look at it and then of course you can make any changes you want to the volume. This is what it looks like. So if I look at net as an example, that made a new high at 56.94. And so when you look left, the next high is way up here at 60.41. I think, so I've said, okay, distance to the next high has to be at least $2. Obviously, you make whatever adjustment you want. So you could actually use this as your template and add whatever filters you want, what you want to be the distance to the next high, whatever minimum volume you want, whatever price range you want. Okay. And then you can run a back test on it and see what how it works. Now, obviously, you say you want to run this in an automated strategy. So obviously, before you do this live, obviously use the simulator, a simulator if you're not using ours, but a simulator to make sure you see how it works. Always. Okay, good. I figured as much, but just in case. Um, what is it? SVB? Uh, Pepe, I know I say this every single time somebody asks me how to find the shorts in Interactive Brokers. I never remember what to search on. It's not SVB, obviously. It's some S something or other. SLB, SLB. I don't know why. I just can't remember it. So that's the question. Stock, loan, borrow. Stock, loan, borrow. I'll still probably forget. So Luis, if in Interactive Brokers, if you click on the file and then in the search box, type in SLB. Okay, and then this would be the window. This would be the window that you'd see. Okay, and that'll tell you how many shorts are available. I can't see the ticker right there, but if I let's click on DRMA, there we go. So you see what it says, the contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So they're not telling you that, you can't short it, but they're gonna have to search for you, and I just don't bother. Sometimes it'll say they're just not available at all. But here we go. So here's TNP as an example, 2.28 million shares available to short. So you type in SLB into the search box, and that'll bring up that window. And look at Carnival, boy. I mean, look at these cruisers, though. Having a little pop today, but man, oh man, look at the cruisers. CCL high up here is 12, and then it got down to 8. If I look at NCLH, ooh, what's happening here? Boy, that PD, guys, that was the one. I just picked the wrong one. It's literally, I just picked the wrong one. It was a bit of a coin flip for me on the RTO and the PD. And, I picked the RTO, but look at the PD. Not unbelievable, but 31.44, now 32.80. And pretty steady. This is from my 10-day daily breakout. I mean, the RTO may do something later, but just not. I'm not that impressed with the movement. I think I have an alert set at 34, so maybe later on in the day it might take it out, and then it could have a run. But right now, definitely the PD was the better one. I mean, this was good. The THMO. Now, the reason you see a down arrow here is that the AI said to short this one. Now, I don't know how many people would have shorts available for THMO. Certainly not at none at Interactive Brokers. And anybody with E-Trade, can you tell me if you have shorts available or THMO or any other broker now other than Centerpoint? I'm sure Centerpoint probably has shorts available for THMO. MSFT, let's take a look at Microsoft MSFT. Yeah, so I'm talking about immediately available. Wow, look at Microsoft. This is, I mean, I know they're talking about AI. So Microsoft unveils AI for its Office suite. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing with but you see, if you're intraday trading, you can't mess around, trying to, to ask them if there are, try to locate some shorts for me. So yeah, this is the message you get will be available if the shares can be located. So they can try to look at the fee rate. That's a big move though for Microsoft. I mean, with that float, MSFT, that's a big move, obviously. Might look bigger than it is. No, it's a big move. I mean, from 264 to 273, that is a big move for Microsoft. The Goose, Canada Goose. What is Canada Goose? Even Canada Goose looks like Microsoft. But seriously, Canada Goose on the move here. Next high looking left is 1881. So yeah, about 50 cents or so, 60 cents or so. You know what? SIG, I know this is an earnings play, and you say amazing? Yeah, this was an earnings play. Just kind of disregarded it for some reason. But yeah, 71 to 76. I mean, when you look at consumer discretionary, which this should fall under, and yet that sector is certainly not strong. But hey, Sig doing its thing. How about Tiffany? I think Tiffany got sold though, right? TIF, I think, or did they buy them? Somebody bought Tiffany, I think. I don't think it doesn't trade anymore. Okay, guys, in about 10 minutes or so, Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Um, no, you're in the right room, Gil. Okay, I mean you can ask questions here. I mean you're in the right room. I there is a Discord room, but it's there's hardly anybody in there. I keep it open. I keep it open. Just we thought we were going to move to Discord, and then we found that we couldn't get enough. There was a limit on how many people could actually see the screen, and then there was talk that maybe there was a hack or a way around it, but we really haven't looked at it. So I have it open in case anybody wants to go there, but you can ask questions here. And it depends on the question, of course. If I can't answer it, I'll try to direct you to one of the other traders. Now, Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So it depends on the question, but hopefully I helped you on the other one. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Anybody, if you have questions, don't be afraid to ask. And I say don't be afraid because I think people think they're sort of bothering me or interrupting me from doing something. No, it's part of the job is to yes, I trade. Of course, I do trade, but part of the job is to answer questions too about trade ideas. So, well, I mean, KRE is still moving higher and higher. I mean, I may have to look at TFC again. Depending on what this KRE is doing, but the next high for TFC is $33 approximately. So it's about $1 away. Yeah, thank you, Peter. I thought Tiffany got sold to somebody. Well, the formula editor, Gil, is certainly an advanced topic. Okay, I mean, you've obviously been to the formula editor page and you see the data points that we've got, I'm assuming. Yeah, so I mean, there's not a heck of a lot more description about it. I mean, it's an advanced topic. I would say that 1% or less of our customers actually create custom formulas. I mean, I personally don't anymore. I used to. I mean, I had a whole list of them, but I don't use custom formulas anymore. But that doesn't mean, you or anybody else shouldn't. But there's, whatever you're seeing on that page. Now there is the other one. You may not, but that's then the potential then is up to you, because you see the data points, and then it's up to you to combine them. If you see all the data points and you can say to yourself, okay, I wouldn't mind having a formula that combines those two data points and create a filter out of it. Now, you are aware of these also, right? Because there's the ones in the formula editor, and then these are the other filter code. Okay, so you've got them both. Yeah, so I mean, there's really not much more. I mean, it's up to you now to create your own custom formulas from them if you want to. I mean, if you said something like, can I create a custom formula, using this and this? Well, if we don't have the data point, then no, you can't. Look at the SPY guys. Oh, this is KRE. Look at KRE just lifting here. Wow. Well, let me get back to the SPY. The SPY now is probably right at the 200-day moving average. I think it was around 393. Yeah, 393. So even the SPY now is just poking its head above the 200-day moving average. Financial crisis? What financial crisis, right? Yeah, meanwhile, WAL lifting here, WAL lifting. Now that's a nice break. That's a nice break here on the 15-minute chart. Next high looking left is 35.48. So this has $2 to the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, until it encounters any sort of resistance like that. Okay, guys, I just want to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute or on a break. Around 1 p.m. ET, Eastern Time Zone. And I will put the YouTube link in here to the rooms. So if you want to head over and listen to Steve talk for his hour between 12 and 1, you can do so. So race 931, is that you, Captain, or is that I'm just talking to somebody in our Discord room? Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up. I'm not muting myself in our YouTube room, but I'll put myself on mute in the main room and in Discord. And that little pop can only mean one thing.
Hello.
That's what it means. It means Mr. Gomez himself has
There we go.
joined us.
I get two different feeds going here. I got to mute the main feed. All right, so let's see here. My desktop. No, not that one. You'd think I'd done this before. Share screen.
Problem is, when you only do it once a week, you forget.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
There you go.
You got
There
my
you go. Yeah.
screen. Yeah, lots of good stuff. How's your day been?
What a move for
Hmm.
KRE
Yeah,
and
I heard you
regional
talking.
banks. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
yeah, I heard you talking about that. That's really been the bellwether of kind of what the market's been focused on for sure.
Oh yeah.
Big relief bounce here. Um, I actually picked up some AMC very early. Uh,
Oh really? I did see it did
yeah,
have the bounce,
yeah,
but
I'm down here, shoo- below 420.
mhm.
So I'm going to let this thing work. I think it's going to have a clear shot all the way up here to the 50-day, which looks what is that? 550. I think I got a 550 target on this thing over the next day,
Really?
day and a
Okay.
half. Yeah, just an oversold bounce. You look
Yeah.
left, right? You look left, it took out those lows and it also filled a gap right above a solid support level. And it's just, this thing channels AMC, it just
Hmm.
channels back and forth. And so,
Well, the next high I see is 461 on the daily, and then if it can get through that, then you're talking what 550? Is that what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
I
Yeah.
think
Okay. I
a
can see
perfect
that.
trade would be to hold it overnight and have it bounce into the underside of the 50-day moving average tomorrow. And I'll be a seller at 550. And that's what I
Hmm.
like to do.
Well, you know what? It's possible. I don't know if I'll do the same. I would personally, well, you're in at 420, so you're laughing. But personally, I'd be waiting for a 461 break, see if it takes out
I see what you're
yesterday's
saying.
high
Uh,
before I would take it.
yeah, if this thing pulls back and consolidates, I might even add to it in anticipation of a big move. We'll see.
Hmm. What's Ape doing?
I never really
Ape?
pay attention to the correlation. There doesn't really seem to be a correlation to those two
Well, there should
things.
be. That's the
There
whole
should
thing.
be.
There
That's the
should be,
weird thing.
but
There should be a lot of things, but um,
yeah.
I've never really played Ape. I've played AMC. That one seems to be the mover when it wants to.
Hmm.
So we'll see.
Okay.
But all right, have a good break, Barry.
Yeah, I will. You want me to come a little early as usual?
If you can, I got the dev meeting. There's a lot to talk about today. We got
Okay. Good enough. I'll
good
probably show
stuff.
up about 10 to.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Steve. If you don't know, user number 3 at Trade Ideas. Just taking over for the midday here for Barry. I'm actually going to set a price alert like I was just discussing with Barry. If I get a pullback to this level, I might add to it. So I'll go ahead and alert myself to any midday pullback consolidates. I might add to that position. Honestly, I haven't done a whole lot, but I do want to talk about what I did do, managing risk, taking profits where I could. Okay, so let's just use the SPY here. I was short the S&P 500 using the SPXS. So I'll just bring that up real quick. SPXS, inverse ETF. I was in down here and sold some here, bought a little back here, and then it just started to just kind of wind itself into a wedge. And I said, well, this is probably the best profit I'm going to get. So I implemented one of my midday management tools. We'll go back to the SPY here. And I want to use this 5-day moving average I talk to you guys about every now and then. Okay. It's that 130 period resistance, solid resistance. This is where I added to my position the other day. So added up here and just been kind of waffling around. But today we just didn't get the follow through. And let me comment on something. I've seen more calls for a market crash, whether it's on TV or on FinTwit or around, and people getting a microphone and calling for. When that happens, usually the contrary monster shows up and the opposite happens. And so that was in the back of my mind. Again, I'm in the money here, short the S&P from back here, added here, but watching and saying, oh boy, I have to respect this 5-day moving average because it acted as support there. It acted as resistance here and here and here. And we've got this consolidation. And I said, well, this is the line that it's been holding. If I want to continue to ride a short, it's going to have to hold that line and move lower. But it didn't. So I took my profits where I could today and I took them right about here. I watched the market just blast through that 130 and went ahead and said, that's it, I'm done. I'm taking what I can, and I'll leave with whatever I got. I didn't get the big plunge, but again, the market's been looking for the big plunge. And I think when the market's all talking about something and everybody's looking for the same thing, old man market, the trading gods have a funny way of disappointing, and we get the Max Payne theory, where the most people get hurt being on the wrong side. So there was that. I also sold out of AGQ. I had AGQ, which is the levered ETF for silver. So if I go to silver here, there's the daily chart. I've been long since down here. Okay, I got a nice surprise on this day and just holding up. I'm like, well, I don't really want to give back a lot of profits here. That's been a pretty good move, especially that overnight move that I got over the weekend. So I better take what I can. So therefore, today, using this 10-day simple moving average, the 5-day is way down here, and I didn't want to ride it down to the 5-day. I said, I'm going to just go ahead and kind of hold these levels up here. And if it looks like it wants to break these levels, I want out. And so using AGQ, once it broke at 10 SMA right there, again, I've mentioned before, when I've got profits and I'm eager to punch out and book the profits, I start watching this intraday 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And once the momentum breaks, like you can see, it tried to hold right there. And I thought, well, maybe we'll hold on, but it didn't. Broke, signal candle, time to get out and take what profits are there, regardless of what you wanted to make. So that, in addition to the other SPXS that I took profits on, and the AMC, which is a brand new position this morning. I think I took that at 420. Let me log in over here, my other account, and see what happened. Actually, it's on my phone. 421. 421 is my entry. So I will look to maybe add another 1/3. I got like a 2/3 position right now. I'd be comfortable with another third, but I might do it on a little bit of a pullback here and establish what I'm going to just call an anticipatory oversold bounce on the daily. If I can get my full load down here, and again, I just want to highlight one of the things that I look at when I see these. This is a very contrary move, okay, to buy. If you're the person buying these breakouts, especially on a stock like AMC, it doesn't stay above these breakouts for long. If you're the guy buying up here or the girl buying up here, it's just a matter of time before you're going to suffer the reversion to the mean. And then there was a chance to buy here, but it was still mid-range for the most part. But when we, this is a stock I keep on my watch list. There was no alert that popped up and said, hey, buy me. I just went through my scans and just looked to see, hey, wow, look at this. We took out this low, ran the stops yesterday and this morning. We filled this gap as well down here on this low. Got pretty solid support down here. This thing has been in a channel. It's actually been in a megaphone now. So I'm hoping just for a little piece of a move, maybe I'll sell some there at 550 if I can get lucky, and then keep a little bit more and see if it can get back into the range. But this is my plan for this one. I feel like this is a contrarian entry that's very safe. We've got good risk. We've got good reward, low risk. Hang on one second. I'll be right back, guys. All right, sorry guys, I got an electrician here, and we just double checking we don't turn off the wrong circuit and lose my feed. We don't want that. All right, how's everybody doing? Mike C, what's up? Anchoring VWAP in. What have you been anchoring lately? Well, the trade of the week was based off of the anchored VWAP weekly. Let's take a look at what I did. There was no trade of the week. For this reason alone, we're going to go to time frame weekly. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit. All right, we got a weekly. So let's go to my clean chart instead, not the marked up chart. So we'll go to my clean weekly, make it a weekly. All right, now we can play with the anchored VWAP. So looking at the key levels of the low back here. Interesting, huh? Flatlined. The anchored VWAP on a weekly time frame has been flat for the last 2 or 3 months here, maybe longer. So let's anchor another one from the recent high. And what we're going to get is Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP pinch play coming into this week. So before that green candle was drawn, if I can get it. Here we go. Before that green candle was drawn, this is what it looked like Friday. So, coming into the week, we had a pretty good test of the breakdown of this anchored VWAP pinch. Now, as we add this week, we've bounced back into the range here, but, nonetheless, there was some damage done down there. And for that reason, I didn't know if we were going to have follow through to the downside or if we're going to bounce right back into the range like we are doing. So that's one of the anchored VWAP plays that I've been using, Mike, just for the bigger picture. I don't get too caught up in trying to look at too many time frames. I like the bigger picture, definitely dailies and even weeklies in this case, just to kind of give me a ballpark figure. If we were to go to the daily, what could we find here? Let's see, that is, what is that? Oh, that's interesting. That anchored VWAP translated over. How about that? Wasn't expecting that. Let's go and come back. There we go. It did what it normally does. Stops drawing it. So if we take some interesting levels, we'll go back to that high on the daily. Please draw it. All right, thank you. And then maybe we'll go to this low here, that engulfing candle low. Let's get rid of these price alerts too. All right, then we'll go to this anchored big engulfing low, as I called it. So on a daily perspective, we're also seeing kind of a pinch here. It's a bit more sloppy, but you see we've broken down below the daily VWAP of everybody who purchased stock and bought this this low back here. They're starting to feel some pain. Let's see how today resolves itself. If we can get a candle to close above this lower band here of the anchored VWAP, that's a good first sign for the bulls. But if we get a rejection by the end of the day, the market just wicks and pulls back down and closes back below this daily anchored VWAP from the low back here, then that's, it's a bit of caution as well. Oh, we got some questions popping in here. Great. Hello, Peter. Are you tired of the rain? No, I'm not, because I've been trying to get my backyard to grow grass after cutting some trees down, and this has been the perfect year to get the roots to sink in super deep. So I'm actually pretty pleased with my little backyard project. I'm not sick of it. We don't get enough rain in San Diego. We're literally a coastal desert for the most part. All right. Hello, Gil. I got a question about a custom formula, which I'm not very good at. To identify the next resistance in a daily chart, tried using it for TP and automated strategy, which triggered new daily high. The problem is now the software doesn't get into trades. Maybe you would know why. Yeah, I am not the formula editor guy. We've got two people here besides Barry, Chris Farley, and then Stephanie, who's really, really good at those. So Gil, if you're going to approach it from the custom formula side, I would invite you, I'll type it out here. Send that question along with your current formula that you've used there, absolute equals price. I got a C in math. I'm not really good at that stuff, unfortunately. I wish I could help you more with those, but I can't. So that info@trade-ideas.com, attention Chris or Stephanie, they're both really good at the custom formula. Now, what I will say is, let's try it on a non-custom formula basis. Let's see here. I'm going to create an alert, and we'll use the new high as our filter. We'll go for some real simple stuff here. I'm going to first, you've got the new high, but what if we want to see that new high at a resistance? So we have filters, whether you were aware of this or not, Gil. If you want to type in resistance, no, it's not resistance, it's pivot. Type in the keyword pivot. Not exactly intuitive, but here's where you'll see the R1. We could even probably type R1. Wait a second here. R. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that. Now I'm getting hung up. Darn. Let me close that. Reset connection. New alert. All right. Let's clean out the filters. Try this again. Okay, so we'll go back to our search tab here for Gil. I was trying to see if I could type R1. There it is, R1, distance from R1. We'll grab that filter and enable it. And then we'll say 0.01, and then maybe no more. We don't want to get a bunch of junk, so no more than 0.1% above it. So just a hair above it on a percentage basis, a new high. We'll click that button. The price is between 0.1% and 0.1% above. There's our operative word, above the R1 pivot. So what I've done here is I've just kind of used the event, which is a new high, and said we only want to see it when it's a hair above R1. We also have R2, we also have S1, S2, and we have the pivot. So what you could do is you could just say, I want to see all stocks with a price of $5 that have done at least 200,000 shares today that are making a new high at this area above their pivot. Now, I bet you there's going to be a hell of a lot of names in here because of the market conditions in the moment. But you can come through here and get an idea maybe of some, actually, there's a lot. A lot of names coming through, but they're all only showing you at that hair above R1. So put this back on real time. I'm happy to share this, and it's a starting point for you if you want to use it or anybody else who wants to use it. R1, you have to change the name too. But there is the cloud code for what I just created. And then if that doesn't work for you, play around the custom formulas might get you more what you're looking for, but I got a C in math. I'm not that good. Okay, good. I'm glad that did help. Sometimes there's a couple different ways to approach AGQ going to lows. That's fine by me. I got out. Where's my AMC? I might have to add to that. Let's see. Yet hanging out there though. Might have to adjust this up just a little bit to get an alert where I want it to be alerted. All right. What's going on in the races over here? I had CS on all night, so that's on the races. Got to get rid of that weekly chart. All right, we're back. And pounding the table on BABA. Doesn't look like it's going his way. All right, guys. Looks like I'm caught up on the questions. Anybody wants to chime in on something? Now is a good time. All right, CRBP. CRBP. Couple of good days. There's a perfect example of the go, pause, go daily setup I've talked about in the past, where you have one big day one, day two is a doji day, the pause, and then day three, if you take out the doji high, you're likely to have a second day of run, the go, pause, go setup. But Mike, that has expended itself, and it has expended itself right here into the flat 50 day. So there might not be much more meat on this bone, in my opinion. A bit of room on the daily. Yeah, you've got a little bit of a gap there, but I'd pay attention to that 50 SMA, and I bet you anything you're going to find sellers that start to jump in there. Not getting any pullback in AMC. They're not letting people get a pullback to get out or add to their positions or get out of their shorts. That's okay. So we have a webinar coming up with Brian Shannon. And if you haven't got his book yet on Anchored VWAP, it's a good one. And we're doing some pretty cool things here at Trade Ideas to get his attention. We're combining our real-time data and our platform and architecture to create some pretty interesting anchored VWAP stuff that doesn't require too much work from the user. But that's all I'm going to really say at this point. We will tease a lot. Let me just say that we had a meeting with him yesterday, and he was sold immediately on what we're gonna be talking about and teasing as a coming product that will work hand in hand with automating his anchored VWAP setups, which is what people want. They want the setups. Yeah, you want that 50 SMA on there, Mike. It's just the general health of any price, index, stock, commodity. The 50-day SMA is the general health. Yes, it'll be an add-on. Perfect Circle. It'll start off as an add-on, but down the road it might become a standalone product. But it'll be a simple add-on to a standard subscription. But I would say buy the book and read the book first, so you've got the knowledge in less than 2 weeks from yesterday. When we do talk about it on the webinar, it's probably going to be a big event. A lot of people are signing up already. If you have that book knowledge ahead of time, it'll make a lot more sense to you when the webinar comes along. 2 weeks is plenty of time. Yeah, Mike's right. The institutions use it because they get paid for their order flow. If somebody calls them and says, "Hey, I've got 2 million shares to sell, you better get me a good average price." If they're selling way below the average anchored VWAP for the day, they're never going to get that business again. So it's all about the institutional order flow, and it's all chopped up and diced up in their algos and quants to try and piecemeal the best order at the end of the day where their client goes, hey, that was pretty darn close to the VWAP all day long. That was a big order. Well done. Good job. So yeah, they use them, which means there's definitely a correlation. I still seem to find just simple correlations using my my basic moving averages as well. But obviously Brian's warming me up more and more to look at the anchored VWAP. That's why I have this separate chart here, this clean chart with nothing but RSI, and I can come in and add anchored VWAP to it. He likes to call it VWAP. He gets all mad when I call it VWAP. GIF, whatever. Yeah, Mike's right. Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon has a ton of content already out there discussing how he uses anchored VWAP in different time frames. By the way, if you don't have TweetDeck, that's a good it's a good platform, especially for news. A lot of times I'll have a column or two in there on a symbol with a dollar sign just to see what the crowd is talking about. If it's an interesting stock for the day, sometimes you'll get some good info on it if you want it. What's CRPB doing it again? CR. Oh, geez, look at that. It just exploded, didn't it? Pharmaceuticals. So you could go to that TweetDeck and type in $CRBP and tell you exactly why this pharmaceutical stock is doing well. Head and shoulders on the SPY daily, I wouldn't put it past it, but again, I don't have any reason to want to be extremely bullish this market, but the chart has to tell us what the real story is. And again, like I said on the onset, when everybody on TV and blogs and FinTwit and newsletters are starting to say, oh, the crash is coming, or heading for a crash. Once that becomes commonplace and everybody's talking about it, it never really seems to materialize the way or the timing in which those people want it. So hang on one second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Work at home, contractors, you know the drill. Okay, so head and shoulders setting up on the SPY. I never really answered that. I think if we went to a bigger time frame, maybe we might be able to see something. Let's take a look. Weekly, it's kind of holding up weekly okay. Let's go back to the daily. It's a good question. I'm not really seeing it. What I'm really seeing more is just a defined wedge, quite honestly. So, you know, we could be in for some more of that drawing I just created. I don't know. But I'm not really seeing a head and shoulders definitively. All right. Let's see. What is fear you will buy, and what is fear you will stay out of? Um, I'm fearing the backdrop of what's happening in the banks right now. I just feel like it's extra risk and extra added volatility to whatever you do out there right now. So for me, I just have a couple positions. Andy, I think, and some of the other guys are getting a little bit more giddy and they're loading up on a few more things. I'm just not ready to trust the market yet. But again, I was told this morning to get out of my short right there at that moving average break. Got out of my short, made some money over the last couple of days of holding short. But so far, that was the correct time to exit and take what I could out of that trade. But it doesn't mean I'm going to flip around and just start going willy-nilly buying stuff and loading up on a new portfolio. Uh, and probably the other part of your question. In other words, when do you become contrarian versus sidestepping, letting the madness have its day? Well, I'm kind of sidestepping the madness and I'm not chasing the madness to the upside. But as I said, dabbled in one trade and I'm pretty confident in this trade because this is contrarian. I would literally fear buying this breakout up here, as I mentioned earlier, but just waiting and keeping it on my scan and looking at it, and hey, look at that! I pulled it up, and as I said earlier, it filled this gap. It ran these stops. These are the kind of low risk, low fear entries that I like in a market that's volatile like this. Now, last year when the market was in a raging bull market, you just closed your eyes and bought anything on a pullback, and you did well. Less fear in that market. There's more fear in this market, for me anyway. So I hope that answered your question. I just don't like the backdrop of the banks right now. So therefore, I'm doing less size. I'm doing either smaller trades with big size, or you could do smaller trades with smaller sizes. But I just want to focus on this one. I really like this contrarian entry, and I'm just going to let this thing work for me. I kind of wish I had added to it, but I never really did. I never really had a chance to. Okay, good. I'm glad that helps. Alpha Predator car race. Let me know about config volume today. Yeah, so you can literally go, what Mike's talking about. I've got a lot of stuff open, but you can go to a docked channel bar, open up that docked channel bar, look for Alpha Predator channel, click on Alpha Predator channel, and you got yourself a whole layout with a pre-configured race that's on there. And what Mike is saying is that CRBP was put on his trading radar today by simply having that window up. 5 minute, well, it's possible. But see, the 5 minute chart is not really going to get me excited about a head and shoulders pattern. That's much more of a daily type of thing. But even if we looked at it, let's see what you were seeing. Yeah, you were starting to see this. Valid. I mean, if we look at this range over the last few days, that is our range. It's quite possible that we could run out of a little bit of steam here midday and then just drop back into the range. I don't know. Maybe this is the beginning of it. But I'll go back to my 15-minute. And that still tells me this consolidation is strong, and this moving average coming up underneath it to meet it will probably be where the rubber meets the road of the buyers. All right, was anybody sent here for a demonstration from our support staff to learn how to do something? Sometimes you guys get quiet and shy and you wait for your moment, but this is your moment. I'll be here for another 20 minutes or so. So there is my moving average now lining up with that price alert that I said, I don't know if I'm going to get that, which in itself would lend me to have confidence in this oversold bounce I'm trying to play here. An oversold bounce is probably not going to lean back and allow people to jump in easily. So that will give me confidence to stay in this thing. I kind of wish I had a little bit more now, but oh well, it's enough to make it worth my while if I can get up to 550. Yeah, that's my target. Hello, Tyler. What is Alpha Predator Race? So let's just go ahead and demo it. So new dock channel bar. Dun, 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 dun. Scroll down. It's not there. It's not there. Not there. Show more. Not intuitive, but there's a button there that says show more. Dun, 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 dun. Why do I not see Alpha Predator on here? Is it no longer a channel? All right, let me close the dock. Let me open up a regular channel and see if it's on there. Pre-market. Oh, well, it probably was replaced. Ah, there it is. Okay. So for whatever reason, maybe it was on the dock channel. I just had to keep hitting more buttons. But on the regular channel bar here, I'm not going to click that because it'll ruin my layout. So let me go back to the dock channel and see if it literally is there and I'm just missing it. Yep, show more, I think. Nope, it's not. It's not on our dock channel. What's up with that? Well, I'm not going to click it because it'll ruin my layout. But if you want to, Tyler, you just go to new channel bar, find that that channel for Alpha Predator and click on it and let the layout open up. And you'll see some charts and a scan and a race on there. The race will be corresponding to the scans that are on there. And that's basically what Mike is saying. Mike C said he found that that stock earlier today on that particular channel. So hopefully that points you in the right direction. Oh, there goes Ape trying to catch up now. I'm not happy with the slowness. I'm going to reset connection. Well, this is the area Barry was watching, I believe, yesterday's high. Just tickled at 450 above it. I'll still add to it if I get a pullback here midday. All right, we are caught up on questions. If anybody has anything they want to discuss. Haven't found the best uses for races for change other than change from the open. Yeah, that's how I used them. Change from the open sector. Change from the open really is going to be your best bet. Even this one here, if we show race setup, it's based on change from the open. So that really is your best bet. Change from the open. And then from there, it just really becomes kind of a matter of what is the scan looking for? Is it looking for quick percentage moves, relative volume blasts? In this case here, it's looking for relative strength using the Bollinger Bands. So all these stocks in this race are pushing their Bollinger Bands higher and higher. And as they keep doing that, they keep showing up. And the idea being, if you right click and you say show top 10, you'll have these races. Yeah, if I use them any other way, I was just going to say, if you right click and say show top 10 on these races, after about an hour or an hour and a half, you get this nice, juicy, marinated watch list of all these race winners, 3 wins, 4 wins, 10 wins. And what it does is it starts to populate a watch list for you during the day. So if I'm in the mood to try and scalp or day trade something, I'm usually doing it on that pullback mentality. So I would come through here and let's see if I would find an example, something I would have liked. Not that. There's the CRPB showing up now. I like to look for things that are moving, but are going to give me a nice little pullback maybe early in the day to buy a pullback and maybe scalp out. So I will use that, Tyler, to let these things generate, again, a watch list of ideas that I would not have thought of otherwise. So that's a real-time dynamic populating watch list that's showing you the stocks that are in play in case you missed them. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. So Mike sent the cloud code to the trade ideas, which allows me to copy the link address and then in turn drop it to Tyler, who was asking. So this is the actual cloud code that Mike C is using. He sent in. You can have that. Just take a sniff around here and see what's happening out there. It's just still consolidation in the SPY. Again, I'll be watching today, probably after I sign off, but what's going to happen when this moving average catches up? If we just start to bleed through it, then, you know, momentum is dying. There's really no other way to put it. Equally strong was NASDAQ. This is another reason I was ready to just punch out of this short in the SPYs that was basically predicated on the banking collapse. And I made money, but I didn't make as much as I hoped or wanted to. But every time I looked over at the NASDAQ and tech, they were the exact opposite. So look what the 5-day moving average was doing in NASDAQ Techland, right? Remember, it was resisting on the SPYs, but it was acting as support recently here. So that gave me cause of alarm. You don't want to be too short when you're seeing a bifurcation like strength in the technology, but, you know, waiting for the S&P 500 to follow suit, and it did for now. Yeah, Tyler, that's the coolness of the ability to share our settings in one click. Just so you know, all he did was right click and you save or share to cloud, and you can create the cloud code for any type of scan you want. For instance, this is my short squeeze scan. Maybe there's something to keep an eye on here. If the market does start getting bid and everybody that wanted the market crash to happen didn't get it, well, the short squeeze might occur. So our ETA is kind of interesting. I'm going to go ahead and set a price alert on that because I know that if it goes off, I can look up and see it's got 40% short. That daily chart is rather intriguing. It looks like either earnings or something happened here. I don't know if our data is correct or if that was a reverse split or I don't know. But nonetheless, this scan, I can share it with you as well, just gives you a quick list of all the ideas on here that have high short floats. Nothing on here says buy me now, but what it says is you might not want to lose track of me and use price alerts for some sort of a bounce. Like could be a big oversold bounce right there. So I'll come through and look through my list, and the second step is to create a price alert on anything that I find interesting. So I'm happy to share this short squeeze scan with anybody who wants it. There you go. Not that I want you guys to leave me, but apparently AlphaTrend's Brian Shannon is part of a Twitter Spaces right now. So if you're on your phone and you follow him, you'd see he's in a Twitter space. Michael from Trade Ideas is in there as well. I think Barry's even listening. But just a side note. Well, speaking of short squeezes, that's one of the reasons I dove into AMC as well. Just kind of wish the greed part of me now, the greedy pig in me wants to add to it, but I can't chase it. Okay, good question here. It looks like, would you do that with sector ETFs, biotech, XBI looks ready to make a turn. Would you look at bios with a high short float? Sure. Yeah, you can start. That's a 40,000 foot approach there, Circle. You're starting with the sector strength. I noticed the SMHs were extremely strong coming into today, and they're breaking. And the IBB or the XBI, whatever you want to use. Which one was it? XBI. We'll look at that one. A little bit less than the IBB. Still not the greatest looking sector, but if you want to base your concepts off of, hey, I think this sector is overdone to the downside. I think the sector is going to reverse. Which pharmaceutical biotechs have the biggest short float? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that game plan, for lack of a better word. Uh-oh. There's that alert I set, but I'm not gonna. Energy stock, huh? And this thing has had a wild pullback from 11 down to 6, 7. Now I'm going to pass. I'm not looking to load up on a bunch of stuff. What would you look at bios with a higher? Yeah, so I agree with that mentality. You can always look at a high short float of a sector that is looking good and try and see where the possible squeeze candidates could be. Mike, you've been using it for 9 years, huh? Wow, that's a long time. You've seen a lot of changes. No complaints. Just wish I had more. I don't know how this scan is working today. This is my pullback to the 10 SMA on the daily, I think. No, it's the intraday, I'm sorry. A lot of those got run over. What about the recent ones here? This is a relatively newer scan that I've got on my screen. It's looking for pullbacks to the 10 SMA on the daily. And all the ones I'm pulling up on here, they're touching and then they're bleeding back through. They're not holding and bouncing. I just don't trust this market at the moment. There's too many overnight risk issues, banking issues. We could wake up one morning and Deutsche Bank could be falling out of bed and the derivatives could be coming unwound. It's not what we want. All right, guys, what do you want to talk about? I'll be here for another 5 or 10. Boyle. All right, let's take a look at what Mike's talking about. CRBP, going to use the 5-minute anchored VWAP to try and gauge momentum here. So we'll go 5-minute. No, not 10, 5-minute. Here we go. And anchoring the low. Let's see. Yeah, anchoring the low right there. So anchoring the low, 930. Kind of a squiggly line, but maybe when you typed that, it was holding that level a little bit better, but it's challenging it at the moment, isn't it? Interestingly enough, as well, the 10 SMA on the 5-minute is lined up with the
trade options,
Hey,
you know, first 5 years of
Hey,
your
I hear
Mr. Gomez.
trading, and then
I
get
hear
into
Brian.
maybe, you know, some
You
futures.
don't hear Brian, you hear Barry.
Yeah,
and that sort
I
of
hear
thing.
your audio feed
Whereas
with
you-
Brian's
Oh,
coming
I
through.
see, you're here, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is take over for you. I know you want to take off, like in about 3 minutes. I'll take over for you, but I'm not gonna, I just want to listen to, I think, Shannon
Brian,
is gonna talk for another, 10 minutes or so till 1 o'clock Eastern. So I'll
learning
take
anything good?
it now,
style should be.
and then you can leave,
But
and then
I
I'm
know
gonna,
that
I am putting
I've
myself on mute though. Okay, so
You- ho-
guys
hopefully
can
you're
YouTube, I will
hopefully
be
you're
on
learning
mute.
some stuff. Yeah, good.
Yeah,
And
okay,
Sounds good, Barry.
earlier in my
Thanks.
career, you know, that served me really
so
well. That was
YouTubers,
my
yeah,
main
I'll,
virtue. Now,
there'll be no
as a
talking for 10 minutes. I'm
trader,
listening to
I
Brian
have
Shannon
that super
in a
defensive
Twitter
nature
Spaces, so I'll be back at
ingrained.
1
That
o'clock,
comes
okay?
automatic. What I've worked on the last 5 to 7 years really is my patience and my
You know what?
discipline
Go ahead
to
and just leave that running.
sit out
Let everybody
and
listen to
not
that.
trade. And that's
And
Okay.
I'm going to duck
really,
out,
you
and
know,
that sounds
one of
good.
the
Thanks,
best
Barry.
Oh, all right,
things
I didn't, I
All right.
wasn't
for
sure if
me
my mic
for
was picking
last
it up.
year
Okay,
and
sure,
a
I'll do
lot of
that.
Sounds
this
good.
year
Bye-bye.
so far is not just jumping into things and saying, wait a minute, just because it's hitting this VWAP and it might have, you know, held as support before, it doesn't mean I'm going to get involved. Instead, I need to slow down and wait for evidence. We've got these whipsaw moves all over the place. And how many of these failed breakouts have we seen in so many beautiful charts lately? I mean, just these gorgeous looking, you know, look like on a weekly chart, they're breaking into a stage 2 uptrend that should, you know, based on, you know, historical models, you know, lead to a continued uptrend for the next 2 to 3 years. And then they completely fall apart. And I can, you know, name a handful of those stocks. But to me, it's all about, okay, discipline, risk management. I've got that part down, and the patience. So, you know, as a teacher and as a writer, you're often talking to yourself. And I think I was probably talking to myself there, as I often talk to myself when I say only price pays, because there's so much information that'll, you know, get us to veer off course. And if you just remind yourself, wait a minute, is that actually going to help me make money? Or is this just one of these stupid, interesting back of the baseball card statistics that, you know, 3 out of 5 of the last Memorial Day weekends, we had 2.86% rallies. If the market, you know, if the moon was full, and how do you use that to actually make money? It's interesting, but you know, it's not going to help you. It might. So I think I kind of veered off on your question a little bit, but which was patience. It's just, you know, I think the maturation of a trader. We're both, you know, 3+ decades full time doing this stuff, and you know, I would imagine, I don't mean to speak for you, but do you find you would
in Twitter in general, is you get a lot of skeptics, right? Like, why are you doing this? What's your point? Why are you trying to tell? And I tell people honestly, like, you know, I have a little service, right? I have things that I do, but honestly, when I'm trying to teach or help, whatever, I'm talking to myself to self-reinforce, right? That's my first goal. And it is because patience is tough. You know, I tend to be a little bit ADHD and I tend to be reactive. And, you know, I was telling people this week, I said, a lot of people are looking at short-term price action to solve a macro issue, meaning the banking issue. So patience is a struggle, but I think I'm better at it than I was when I was in my 20s. So anyway, let me just wrap up real quick with one question. And I'm guessing the answer to this is yes, because VWAP is volume based. But have you looked at VWAP in relation to other, you know, like futures, Forex, and crypto? And have you seen it work similarly in those areas as it does to equities?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, if you look at the anchored VWAP from the November 22nd low in Bitcoin, it hit it on Friday at 19,900, and here we are at 24.8. And that, you know, and I'm looking at that, I'm saying, you know, I haven't traded crypto in a while. I took my money out after a couple of the brokerages, you know, the the trading firms, went under. But I mentioned that in last Friday's video, pointed that out. And by the way, I'm a subscriber to the Lund Loop as well. You know this, Brian, but I'm letting other people know too that he put out a great product and a real value. So yeah, futures. I mean, if you look at the NQ right now, well, the NASDAQ 100 has broken below the year-to-date anchored VWAP. The NASDAQ is just stuck, just keeps sticking it over and over again. It's really amazing how it has not budged below that anchored VWAP from January 1st, or the 3rd, I guess. I'm going to post that chart right now. I'm just capturing it, but I'm going to post that on Twitter because I'll just put it with this chain, I guess. But it's really amazing how they occur in Brian, on any market that's supply and demand, which is every market, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thanks again for the book. It really has inspired me to take a deeper dive, and I definitely highly recommend it to anyone that's listening out there.
All right, thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Michael Nels, you got another question there?
Yeah, sure. And I'll actually post this one quickly too in the chat below. I kind of want to maybe leave with a practical example of something that I've been watching, a stock that I've been watching for a while, and just maybe get a little bit of your feedback on how to wait for the anchored VWAP bounce. And that was something that, again, as like a really systematic guy, I've been using anchored VWAP way more since I read the book, and I've been enjoying every part of it. And I'm trying to figure out the exact entry. And I know that that's something that's going to be very, art-based, but it's something that you specialize in. And as you know, Brian, we've been over at TradeViews, we've been building a lot of anchored VWAP scanners, and we have a chat with you coming up on the 30th, which I know people can find on your Twitter, that we're gonna talk about some cool stuff we're doing. But we chatted the other day, and there was a scan that I was working on that's looking for stocks that are pulling back to their anchored VWAP from their IPO price.
Yep.
And there are two in there right now that both look interesting to me. And one I'll focus on here, which is just ticker DICE, DICE.
Yep.
Like, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons or Craps or whatever. That has come down to, and the low of today, it's insane if you look at these things. Pretty much the exact low of today and the low of yesterday is the anchored VWAP from the IPO price. Which again, you mentioned it yourself, it's just wild the more you look at these, how you see almost exact turning points. So I like this one as kind of a standard technician because it has our very typical gap fill, right? Something happened in October, it gapped up wildly, and it's been kind of pulling back to fill that gap ever since. So, you take the gap fill and you combine it with the anchored VWAP from the IPO. So if you were looking to get involved with this, would you wait until the anchored VWAP from that October high is broken all the way up at 35, or do you zoom into a tighter time frame, or how would you look at that?
No, definitely a tighter time frame. And here's the thing though, Michael, is that, if you look at the first, if you look at March 9th, this stock came down and broke below the anchored VWAP from the IPO, but closed dead on. I mean, right on it. But and that was at 26.84. But in the next 2 days, it went down to 25.70. So it was down $1.14. And I don't like to buy the touch of it because as it's breaking below 2 days later, and it gaps down 2 days later, and it's down $1.40 or whatever I said it was. I don't know that stock, I don't know where to place my stop. The gap hadn't been filled from that gap up on the 10th, October 11th. So in other words, so I would look at that scan and say, okay, it's touching this VWAP, but it's below a sharply declining 5-day moving average. I don't want to buy in here yet. So I would then combine it with some of my traditional technical analysis and say, I don't want to buy yet. It's got a declining 5-day moving average. I don't want to chase the gap up on the 14th or yesterday instead of gap down today. Now that 5-day moving average is flattening out, I would think that you'd probably get another pullback just under 28, maybe tomorrow, and then buy the strength. And then I know that my stop, my absolute worst case stop, will go below today's low. And I'm talking for a swing trade. But to buy it, right on that touch exposes me to too much risk because I don't know that we're going to stop there. Oil is a great example as well. I posted that chart the other day that the oil futures came right down to the anchored VWAP from what was the COVID low when it went negative, and that was at 69. Well, here it is at 68.80, but it got as low as 66 yesterday. So it's a level of interest that tells me look for evidence on a shorter term time frame that the buyers actually are in control. And for a day trade, it might be worthwhile to look at the 1 minute time frame for that day and say, wait a minute, it's still below today's volume weighted average price. I don't want to buy. But if later on in the day it gets back above the daily VWAP, then you can say, well, it looks like buyers are starting to try to defend this. So as a day trade, I might purchase it. And if it works for me for the next hour, then I'll maybe take a little bit off and set my stop and try to transition this to a swing trade if the market allows me to, but with a real, with 1 foot out the door because it still has that declining 5-day moving average.
I appreciate it. And you inadvertently, I think, you missed an opportunity to drop your first book too, right? So this new one is fantastic with the anchored VWAP, but for that kind of thinking, I really do recommend the first one as well, right? Because it is the multiple time frame, the multiple time frame stuff that I find super fascinating, where you can really kind of fine tune your entries so that if you are on the right side of the trade, you're allowed to go way bigger than if you were just kind of, waiting for the close of something or something like that, if you have the opportunity to hang out. So, again,
you just said that perfect, Mike, is that sometimes I'll take a small piece on the touch just because I think I'm smart. And sometimes it works, but usually I've got such a small amount that it doesn't end up mattering. I'm better off waiting for the confirmation on multiple time frames.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Michael, sorry, I just got to hop in here. We're at the top of the hour. I do have my next space getting ready to start, but I really appreciated you being on this hour, Michael.
No, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for hosting, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, thank you so much. If anybody hasn't followed Brian, go ahead and make sure you're doing so. He's putting out charts on the regular. Check out his book. It's in his pinned tweet on his page. Brian, anything else you'd like to share today?
All right, guys, I'm getting back into the rooms. Just give me a moment here as I get some music going. Okay, for those of you who were listening on YouTube, I was you heard the tail end of a Twitter Spaces call with Brian Shannon, hosted by a guy named Wolf. Michael Noss was on there also. So I'm actually going to put in the link because we're having a webinar. It should be highly attended, I'm sure. We're having a webinar with Brian Shannon. It's on March the 30th. I'm going to put the link in. Talking all about anchored VWAPs, etc. Okay, so I'm just going to put the link in. And then I'll discuss the trade I just took. Oh my goodness, what a day, what a day, what a day. So let me just put that link into our Discord room also. I would highly recommend, fascinating to listen to Brian. That's the first time I've ever heard Brian Shannon talk. And, I'm going to get more and more involved in the anchored VWAP. I may bite the bullet and buy the book and just do, I can have it as a reference. But yeah, really interested in it. Now, guys, Guys, look at KRE. So while I'm listening to Brian, now unfortunately I was on I was doing something else when Wall absolutely exploded. Okay. I mean, this obviously was the better one to take, 34 to 41. So when I came back though, I saw the TFC, and what attracted me to it, of course, was the fact that it broke out right here out of this little consolidation, virtually the same as what KRE was doing. So I ended up taking this, and no, it's not the same move as WAL has made, but I'll take it. I will take it. I mean, this is just look at KRE, guys. I mean, this is again, this is the ETF for the regional banks, just absolutely powering through here. In fact, let's just take a look at what the 208 moving average is for KRE, just out of curiosity. Yeah, well, it's way up here, so it's still way below, but my goodness, what a move. So there I am. There I am. And but what a move for Wall. That was really the one to take because look how many dollars. Look at the move it made from out of that break. Which again, I was sorry. Yeah, this was just as I was getting set to take my break, and that's when it started to move. Right at noon. Right at noon. Look at that move from 33 to 41. So the TFC, I'll take it. It was a great break. Also, it broke later though. I think TFC. Yeah, I mean this is of course it did because this is 1245. So interesting that WAL was sort of the precursor for this sort of a move because here's KRE and here is the big break at 1245, but Wall had its big break at noon. The big break was right here, right here at noon. So yeah, I know FRC. Well, FRC is it again? Is the news that some banks are looking to pour some money into it? Nation's biggest banks coordinate on the rescue. Yeah, okay. So that is something that I can't remember who. I want to give credit to whoever posted that in the room first. I can't remember who it was. Might have been Denver. Somebody posted that news in like quite a while ago, and that's the fuel exactly. The biggest banks. I mean, JP Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, etc. So US Bancorp. So yeah. So FRC, next high looking left is 37.85. Man, when does it open? Unfortunately, I don't know when it was halted. Because we don't have the halt here. It must have got halted almost right after it resumed. So if somebody can tell me when it was halted, and we'll just add 5 minutes. It's not 100% that it's going to open in 5 minutes, but oh, there it is. It just resumed. There, it just resumed. Wow, what a day, guys! I mean, this has been just spectacular. Well, as long as KRE keeps, this massive move here, and there's PACW, another one, of course, that is moving as a regional bank. And I mean, look left. I mean, it's got $17. I'm not saying it's getting there. 17.25 is the next high looking left. There was a question there. I'd like to do back testing the stocks that break strongly out of a mid to longer term consolidation range. Okay, we do have a consolidation range filter daily. You can start with that. I don't use it, Greg, but you can start with something like that and take a look. If I And hopefully you can hear me, Greg. If you right click on an alert window and click on configure and then search and then type in consolidation. Okay. And here is daily consolidation. So something that has been consolidating, and you can add the filter. Now you're going to have to, how many days do you want? And typically what you'll see is something that is just resting, but this does not include today's consolidation. So if you use this filter, and again, you're going to have to practice, you're going to have to play around with it. Put 6 days, 8 days, 4 days, 10 days. Unfortunately, you may see a lot of stocks that are buyouts. Wow. VOH now, you'll see some stocks that are buyouts because you'll see the daily is just flatlining. Okay, I don't know. You probably can't do anything about that. You just have to forget about them. But you can start with the consolidation and then use that filter because it doesn't look at today. So today could be the break out of consolidation. Okay, if that makes sense. First of all, I guess I should ask Greg, can you hear me? Yeah, so several months. I mean, it may be. I mean, I don't know what you're going to see. I mean, you have 30 days, 60 days. I don't know what you're going to see. The minimum of 60 days. You will see stocks that are flatlining though, that are probably buyouts that haven't been finalized yet. So I don't know if Greg can hear me. Oof. Now, guys, this AMC is at an interesting level. I mean, do I like the company? Of course not. But it is a stock. So, 461. Now, if you're in the YouTube room listening to me, you know that Steve Gomez took this at 420 on this break right around here, I guess, and he's thinking about holding it overnight to see if it can, maybe kind of fill that gap a little bit. 550 is the next high looking left. If it can take out today's high, I indicated that I might take this if it can clear that high of yesterday, which is 461, and it's sitting right there. Let me see. Used to see GREE quite a bit. GREE. I've seen this one for a while. So is that popping because of that news? And the answer is yes. So, that's why I'm not seeing it anymore. Way under $1. Hey, but listen, for you, those of you that don't mind playing stocks well under $1, this is popping on some news, as Captain K posted in the room. And we have a halt now on the way down this time, I guess, guys. PACW halted on the way down. Yeah. And Wall halted on the way down. So now we're starting to, you can see this big topping tail. You see the big topping tail now for CRE, KRE. Okay. And now that is not a red bar, but Wall is, and there's a big topping tail. So, at some point they're going to run out of steam for a while. But FRC, not yet. Not yet. So it's above yesterday's high now, 37.85. The next high again is 50.97. Wow, well, ever since Friday, guys, we've had 5 unbelievable days. Look at Manu. Manu had a huge pop up and then the drop. You think it was a bank? The Manulife, but it's not. I always think it's Manulife. But no, Manchester had a big pop up and then the drop. So anyway, yeah, we've had 5 unbelievably exciting days. Really just, staring at the banks, at the regional banks. I haven't looked at the races at all. Most of the races don't have anything. Well, the Wall did. The Wall won 6 races. Okay, guys. So I don't have the SPY up. I have CRE up, KRE. Let's put the SPY back up. And very similar, of course, to CRE, KRE. In fact, it's virtually identical. Silicon Motion Tape. Wow, look at this one. Holy smokes. Look at this one, guys. Look at Simo. Oh, man. I didn't see this one at all today. What a move for Simo. It's not an earnings play. Without any specific news. After the CEO of a rival firm says rumor MaxLinear deal near China approval. I see. Okay. Silicon Motion on speculation that its planned sale to MaxLinear is nearing approval from China. All right. Well, there's your news. Now, Simo, tons of shares available to short. So I'm surprised it's not on the topping play. The next high looking left is 64.83. So it's very close to that high right here. Oh yeah, you've got to be. That's why the TFC is nowhere near as volatile. As the FRC. But yeah, you're on the wrong side of this because look what it did. Oh, that's right. So this was up to $40. So there's a $5 drop like that. Here's the resumption for WAL. A moment, please. I'm just I was going to buy the anchored VWAP, but it's not available in Canada right now. It was available a little earlier. Not available right now. Any advice? I don't know if that's tongue in cheek, J.K., or not. I mean, listen, we're in a, as I said, we've had 5 days of this, and I don't see it ending tomorrow, really. So, but eventually, this will settle down. The regional banks will settle down to, so we won't get the wild swings intraday. When that happens, I don't know. But until it reminds me of when the SPACs, we run through these cycles and different things. Like we had the SPACs, we had crypto, we had for a week we had high short percent stocks that are going crazy. So right now we're in regional bank frenzy. It won't be forever. We just have to take advantage of it while we can. The other one I was talking, yeah, the low floats, not just the short, not high short float percents, but we get into cycles where we have, all the low float crazy ones go nuts for a while, and then they don't. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch AMC. I'm watching for a solid break over 461. It's tried a couple of times. We got some bottoming tails here. And I know you've heard me talk about AMC in the past, not sort of a disdain for the meme stocks, but this is just a trade, potential trade. That's all it is. Because if it can take out 461 with any authority, and when you look left, the next high is 550 or so. So I will I won't turn my nose up at it. Meanwhile, Simo won't quit. SIMO won't quit. I mean, you can't. Well, I could never take this now. I mean, I couldn't take it when I talked about it. It's just too much of a chase. But it's tacked on $1 since I talked about it. I'm surprised it's not in that topping play scan. Some filter is blocked. Oh, it probably is. In my scan, I have a max, I think, of $40 or $50. So I'm sure if you're using Zach's topping and you have a higher price range, I'm sure this must be in it. And there's the high looking left, as I said before, is 66.49. So I'm sorry, is yeah, 66.49. All right, guys, it's 1:21. I think I'll do my video right now, and I'm back. It is Thursday, so there was a marketing meeting. I'm not sure I'm going to attend, but I'll see how I feel at 2 o'clock. Might be too much going on. So let me just get my announcement in. It was a 1:21, so I'd like to give myself 10 minutes in case run into technical difficulties. Okay, so there we go. I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Sue, let's see. Yeah, the KRE had a little bit of a sell-off, but it looks like it's trying to rebound. The buyers have stepped in for a while anyway. Had that big bottoming tail, but the buyers are stepping in and keeping it. What time is it right now? 128. So this has another little less than 2 minutes to close. So let's see if this can close green or slender red. Halted to the upside now. Yep, you can see it in the bottoming tail. So as it was moving higher, yeah, I got halted to the upside. Oh, look at XP now. XP, hard to look at anything other than the banks, but I mean, believe it or not, yeah, there's other stuff happening. So XP, 1146 is the next high, and then after that, 12. So there's some room for XP. So not a low float, so it shouldn't be incredibly volatile. So Mike C, have you done any anchored VWAPing on something that hasn't triggered yet? Maybe you can let me know, and I'll do it myself if nothing is triggered. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So Greg, were you around when I gave you some kind of an explanation about consolidation breaks? I don't know if you heard me or you're still around. Okay, let's take a look. So Simo, I'm sure I've missed the short on this one. I'm sure this has to have fallen a little bit anyway. Yeah, 65. Not a huge amount. Now the VWAP is 63.55. Well, look left on this one, guys. Look at it. AER. AER. Tons of room. $57, 53.57. The next high is around 57. Lots of room on the move. AER out of Ireland. Never knew how to pronounce. I know Aaron Go and then Bragg. Never know how to pronounce that last word. Let's have some Irish people or Irish backgrounds might know how to pronounce that. Especially with St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. Bra. So like bra. Okay. Aaron Go Bra. Without trying to do an Irish accent. Okay, guys. Sorry, Simo. Good, still not. It hasn't given it up. It really has not given it up. Okay, so Greg, what I was going to show you. I mean, I have no idea how well it will work. Okay, but we do have a daily consolidation filter. Okay, so if I'm going to go to an alert window, and I'm going to right click, I'm going to click on configure, and then I'm going to click on search. I'm going to type in consolidation, or start to type it in. Okay, scroll down a little bit. So consolidation days. I think this is what you're looking for. And add the filter. I don't use these, okay? I'm not even sure what the position in consolidation would show you, but consolidation, I mean, you can go to help and you can find out. But for instance, now I have no idea if you put 30 days, in there, because you're talking about, something, you may get a lot of stocks that are buyouts, okay? Because typically a buyout, they're flatlined across and they're still well trading until the buyout is in effect. So you may get a lot like that. I may not try 30 days, and I would try even 8 to 10 days just to see what you get on a minimum of the consolidation. The consolidation looks not at today. So that's the nice thing. It looks all the previous days. So if you say 8 days, it's not counting today. So so that's why, just give me one moment. Whoa, because that's something caught in my throat. So that's why, and that's a good thing, because then you can then you can create an alert window, put the consolidation number of days that you want, and then say today, maybe a big increase in volume, high relative volume, maybe a new high of the day, things like that. So it may be a day in which it's breaking out. Okay, especially if you use high relative volume, because in theory, something that's been consolidating for a few days probably doesn't have high relative volume, because otherwise it would break out. So you can try, with a price range that you like, a minimum volume that you want, and I would probably use the relative volume filter to see if anything is breaking out from that consolidation, and just see. I mean, I don't know what sort of results you're going to get, but you will get. Well, actually, you won't get. That's right. I mean, I was using this as a top list. But if it's flatlining, you shouldn't get the flatliners because remember, it's only looking back on the previous days. It has nothing to do with today. So today, which is what you want. So obviously, if something is flatlining, you won't see it. You shouldn't see it, because why would it have high relative volume today, in theory? And then you can back test it. Yeah, you can. You can only go back 63 trading days, so that's 3 months. You can back test it to see, what sort of results you get. Well, yeah, I mean, you'll see a calendar, so you'll see the stocks that broke out. And if you just want to see a month ago, fine. You'll have a calendar that you can take a look at. I'm not a big back tester. Well, in terms of using it, have you ever back tested before? Oh, okay, but you have a premium service. Okay. So, I mean, so you basically just create your alert window. Okay. You have to have some kind of a trigger. Maybe put a new high of the day. I mean, try that. So you create your alert window with that consolidation filter, and maybe a price range. And I would definitely use the relative volume. Maybe try 3, something that's, going to really make a jump. And then once you've got your alert window, you just right click and you back test the strategy. And you'll get an equity curve. You'll see how it looked. And then now here's where it gets, not tricky, but then you can start looking at the time of day, maybe a volume, because let me just do it here. I mean, I'll do a back test here. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So I'm just going to do a very simple one. And this is going to look terrible. Okay. I don't care. I just want the alerts. Okay. So we see right there, it ran through 647 trades, but this was a horrible equity curve. But let's just say this equity curve was a little bit better. Okay. Then you can start to go into the optimization, and you can start to see, okay, I wonder what price range was better. Maybe there's certain price range. Now you don't want to fine tune it so much that the best trades are when it's between $1 and $1.10. Okay, so but you might see something that really stands out, that some price range is way better than another. Time of day, you might find that some times of day are way better. Like maybe early on in the day is the best time. Maybe later on, just forget about it, or could be vice versa. So that's where back testing, it's tedious, because because then you make one change and you have to back test it again. So, but if you've got the time, if you've got the inclination, it can be fun. But what you might find is that nothing works. There's no way to back test it so that you get something that you like. It's very possible. That doesn't mean, though, see, that's why I don't back test, because I love my 10-day daily breakout and my breakdowns. Okay. I want to see the alerts. I don't get very many of them. I want to see them. If I back tested this, let's do it just for fun. I'll back test this one. Start at 9:30, end at 12:10. Yeah, this is what happens. Timed exit. I don't even know if I have a timed exit. Well, see, again, this gets so tricky. I'll leave it. I mean, I just want to show you what I'm talking about, though, because so if I looked at this right now, I'd say, ugh, it's not a great strategy. I mean, at the beginning it was. Does that mean I wouldn't want to see these alerts? Of course not. Okay. I want to see the alerts because then I can make up my mind. I don't get too many. I can make up my mind. I take a look, see what it makes sense for me to take the trade. Is it near a 200-day moving average? Is it near a high looking left? Things like that. What's the market doing? So I will make up my mind when I see the alert. I don't care about back testing it. Yeah, just right click and then back test strategy. And then again, you've got all these different options. When do you want to start taking? I wouldn't start taking a trade at 9:30 as an example. I probably want to give it at least 5 minutes. Things happen so pretty frothy in the first 5 minutes of the day. So, you might want to give it at least 5 minutes, maybe 15. This is where you're going to have to practice. There's no course on it. Nobody's going to say this is exactly what you should do to take your strategy and it's going to backtest beautifully. The other problem that you run into is that you can backtest it and it might work great for a week or even only 2 or 3 days. And then the third day, the fourth day, and you start getting some alerts and you say, wait a minute, these aren't that good anymore. I'm taking the trades and they're not working. And that's when you have to go back to the drawing board. You might have to tweak your filters. It's a constant tweaking process sometimes. It's just not going to necessarily last. But again, as I said before, if you've got the time and you've got the inclination, it can be fun. Oh, and this one right here, the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, so I'm sharing all these scans, by the way. So why I don't get very many alerts, I'll show you exactly why. So this is it, because I've got the current volume is at least 8. Okay, so it's got to be trading 8 times normal up to the time of day when I get the alert. The other ones aren't terrible. I mean, not terrible, but they're not tough. I mean, I have a price range of 2 to 35, minimum of 500,000 shares. It's got to be up at least 40 cents from the open and above. And this is it. I mean, it's got to be above the 10-day high. That's why it's called the 10-day daily breakout. But this is the filter that prevents a lot of stocks from coming in. The current volume is at least 8. Okay. And that's what I want. I don't want a lot of, look at this. I only have, 4 here and 5 here. Now, on the day that on last Friday, when we had all that stuff with the regional banks, this was loaded because all of a sudden, all these regional banks were pouring in here, and because they don't trade that much usually, the current volume was 8 and more. But that's a day. Every now and then you'll get a day like that, I suppose. But typically, I would say this is more like it. Okay. This scan here, yeah, I don't. You know what? I haven't used the Room Drive for a long time now. I probably should have an email. That's how I used to share my scans. Excuse me, but then they created a homepage for me, Brian. And let me just get this in here. So that's why they created a homepage link for me, Barry's homepage. Okay, so when you click on the link, you'll be brought to this page. You'll be brought right to the top here. Of course, here's how you can take out a subscription, etc. Nice promo code right now, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And then you just keep scrolling down. Here are my scans. So if you click here, so now I have broken them up. What you see here is a docked version where they're all together, but here they are individually. And I do it this way because some people don't care about the don't repeat. The don't repeat, why I like don't repeat, because what this tells me is that, okay, PCT, the first alert was at 9:37, all times Eastern. The price was 618. Okay. And this over here, every time PCT would make a new high of the day, I would get the alert. Okay. So you can see that. So from this original alert at 618, it is now at 710. PD is another one, 3144. Don't see it anymore, but it was ripping earlier. Here it is. So from 3144 got up to 33 as an example. So I like to organize it like this so I can click on the original alert and see what it did from there. Another way you can do it, give me a moment, is when you click on an alert, you will see a blue arrow. And I don't know if you can see it, but you'll see a blue arrow on where the alert happened. And it depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. This is on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show the candle in which the alert happened. And so also I can see, okay, what did it do from that first alert? Well, moved higher. Does it mean that every single alert we get? No, from that scan, of course not. But it generates ideas. CRVP, I don't know what it did from there. 402. Well, it might be moving now. I mean, it is moving now, just as I'm talking about it. So there was the alert, 402. It got up to 420, pulled back right to the VWAP, and charged. So why I don't create the doc version? Some people don't care about having a don't repeat. Okay, I do. Other people don't care about shorting. Maybe they don't want to short. So that's why I have broken them up individually. Okay. Meanwhile, what's happening with our KRE? It just seems to be resting now. Little bit of a move down, but these bottoming tails, the sellers have been trying like mad. I mean, it still may, if it closes below 46.50, that might get it really rocking down. But the sellers have been trying. That's what those bottoming tails are all about. Let's get a big chart up so you can see what I'm talking about, maybe a little more clearly. So these bottoming tails on KRE, so at one point, oops, I don't know why that's happening. At one point, the sellers had it down here to 46.22, but the buyers closed it up here. The sellers tried again. It was down to 46.17. The buyers closed it up here. But eventually, if this keeps going like this, the buyers are going to give up for a while. It's always this constant battle between buyers and sellers all day long. I don't care what stock or ETF or whatever you're looking at. There's always this battle. And so, if we had another bottoming tail, and then the buyers moved that up higher, and then the next candle is red again, eventually the buyers are just going to say, okay, you can have it for a while. Do what you want with it. We're not going to step in and buy it. And then topping tails are the same thing. Get a series of topping tails. Again, the buyers had it up here at one point. Sellers knocked it down here. If this were another big topping tail and then closing here, it would be just the reverse psychology. The buyers are trying, but the sellers are knocking it down. Eventually, one side will win for a while. Anyway, let's see what else is happening here. Probably missed the boat on this. Yeah, I missed the boat on the Simo short, but well, part of the job is to point out the opportunities. So I was saying, this Simo at some point would run out of steam. Has to. It's always tricky to figure out where. But there was a topping tail there, another wee one there. You could have said, okay, maybe I take the short right there at 65.15. I'll put my stop at 65.60, which would be a pretty tight stop for a $65 stock, and see what happens. And then you should be aware of the VWAP coming right into it. Will that hold it? 64.01. Will the VWAP hold it? Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room: how many anchored VWAP scans will? I'm assuming you meant will be available. I have no idea how many. I mean, Michael is working on a lot of them. They're not available yet, but I think he's got about 5 or 6 now, and he's going to create more. Especially right now, he doesn't have any intraday scans available. And I think that's the next thing he's going to be doing. But it's pretty cool because you will see it. I don't know if he actually demonstrated it yesterday, or on Tuesday when he was in the YouTube room, but they will be automatically drawn. The anchored VWAP will automatically drawn. So you don't even have to draw it. And it's going to have to be, it might be, so for instance, if you're looking at a 15-minute chart, it may take the high of the day and automatically draw it for you, as an example, or the low of the day and automatically draw it for you. So you don't have to do anything. Things like that. Well, what I just described would be for intraday trading. But Michael is way more of a swing trader, so he's looking at developing them for, well, both depends. If you're a swing trader, you'll have them for swing trading, and if you are an intraday trader, they'll be available for intraday trading also. But he is still testing them. Has to make sure it doesn't break our server. That's Well, Patrick, that's going to be what's probably going to happen. Okay, that's because he's going to have to anchor it somewhere, and so if it's going to be automatically drawn, it'll automatically know where the high of the day is and the low of the day is, and then you'll have the different time frames. So, do you want an anchored VWAP on the 15-minute or the 5-minute, 30-minute? I think he's going to have different time frames. I don't think. I know he will. He's at the point right now that it's not hard to build. It's just a matter of the server, like he's the server not crashing. All right, oh boy, every time this SIMO encounters the VWAP, it kind of bounces a little bit above it. This takes out the VWAP. I think this is this could have a nice little short in it. The next low looking left would be 62.89. That's on the okay, I guess I will attend the marketing meeting, guys. So I'll put myself, excuse me, I'll put myself on mute. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to. Yeah, Tyler, it's pretty intensive calculations that are going on. But I think for the ones that he's already developed, for the call it the swing ones, I don't think it's crashing the system. So he's optimistic. But it's very cool. Sorry, guys, I'm just chewing on something. Just give me a moment. All right, I lost my train of thought. I had something very powerful to say, but I can't remember what it is. SIMO, guys, I'm really interested in the SIMO. If it takes out that, I mean, we're just watching it at the VWAP right now. Yeah, well, and the other thing about the scans that Michael is creating, or see right now, and I don't know I don't know if they're going to be able to counteract it, but right now, if I do an anchored VWAP right now, let's say I don't know, I pick this area right there, okay? So there's the line, okay? There is the line. That's great. If that's where I wanted to anchor it from, okay, that there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is if I leave SIMO and then come back to it, the line is gone. And that is that's not good. So but with the way the drawing is working as it was shown to me, it doesn't matter if you leave it, you come back to it, it just redraws automatically. So find it fascinating. I mean, look at this, again, the SIMO just sitting right on that VWAP, 6401. I mean, my inclination is that it'll take it out and it won't bounce much anyway. Hmm. The volume has definitely dried up for SIMO. Excuse me, guys. I don't know when I eat if that actually comes through in the mic. If it does, I apologize. But look at the 15-minute chart and look at the volume bars right there. Look how, we had the huge one. That was sort of the exhaustion. And now the volume is drying up completely. Yeah, I don't want to be rude though, Tyler. I mean, I have no idea how much the sensitive mic, but it usually just picks up my voice. It's amusing though. It did pick up my phone. For those of you who are in the other rooms, I mean, I had from 10 to 1 to 1 o'clock, I had Brian Shannon on. Not I didn't have him on, but he was in a Twitter Spaces with Michael Noss and a couple other people talking about Anchored VWAP, and so you guys could hear him. I had him on my phone, so you guys in YouTube could hear him. But again, we're going to have that great webinar. I'm really excited about it. March 30th with him. Well, if FRC is going to bounce, okay, I want to take a look at ARI, Mike. If FRC is going to bounce, it's going to be going counter to KRE right now. Here's KRE. KRE is looking like the SPY, but let's put KRE up and look what it's doing. So FRC is, I mean, you're right, William. It is just kind of, it's not following KRE down yet. Anyway, I want to concentrate on SIMO. Spread isn't good. I guess it's not terrible for a $63, excuse me, $63 stock. 63.97, 64.18. Not terrible. Okay, let's take a look at ARI. You're talking about ARI, Mike. I was hoping you would have one that hasn't triggered though, or something that. So there's the VWAP itself. I guess my big thing is how much, like, where the anchored VWAP. I understand the concept, but how much different is it going to give us in terms of setups? And I look at this ARI right there, held the VWAP and then popped off it as an example. And that's just a normal VWAP. All right, here's another one that's starting to move, guys. BXRX. Starting to move. What sort of room does it have? I mean, the fantasy area is way up here at 3, but low float, 2.5 million in the float. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. Held the VWAP when they 182, held it. But you know me, $2 to me is just tough to get through, perhaps. So I'm taking a pass. So look at Simo. I mean, I did not jump the gun on it. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the VWAP will hold it and it'll bounce up significantly right now. I mean, that's not significant. It's only 6402. It's at 6421. I just have my doubts that it's so what I'm going to do is put an alert, a price alert underneath the VWAP and those tails at 63.91 for Simo and see if it takes that out. Okay, guys, there's that Simo right back down to the VWAP. Ooh, that spread. Well, I mean, 77.93. Hmm. But it is a $63 stock. So, I mean, if it drops $1 or $2, that 20-cent spread isn't going to kill us. There's another leg up for CRBP, I think. CRBP. Time is it 212? Yeah, another leg up. New high. All right. Well, I don't want to say wrong, but I mean, BXRX, it's a power through 2 now, guys. BXRX. Okay, guys, did I get a good, got a great fill. On the Simo, guys, decided to use the midpoint function from IB. I love that feature. So when you're in a bit of a spready stock, just ask it to try to find me something in between. Doesn't always work, of course. I'm just watching this guy. My ideal was 62.86. That's the next low looking left. Okay, I don't doubt it, Mike. I'll have to examine it a lot more closely. Talking to somebody in our Mike in our YouTube room. Ah, well, I had a little bit of profit in the Simo, but I'm looking for a lot more, but I may not get it. Yeah, now the spread has gotten ugly. Now it's ugly. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just have to really pay attention to the SIMO here, SIMO. I'm trying to will that ass to come down close to the bid. Guys, BXRX is on the move. BXRX. So that had no two did not stall it at all. BXRX. Okay, spread is tightened up just a little bit now. 71.81. Ah, I don't like this. I should have got out. Okay, guys, I'm sorry I have to concentrate. Well, I'm not sorry, but I have to concentrate on this SIMO. Trying to will it. Boy, CRBP guys just exploded again. Well, exploded. I mean, it moved up. CRBP just made another new high. CRBP. Boy, oh boy. I mean, look at this. There's the alert at 402, and now it has 435. That's a great percentage move. Look, either knock me out of the trade, but do something. CRBP has room too. 499 is the next high looking left. Wow. 499. Now, you're chasing it right now, but maybe a little pullback or something. Any news on this one? I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback here. Maybe if it gets back, well, no, that'd be a huge one. Okay, guys. I'm just waiting to see if that Simo can really drop. So here's Laser, LASR. What sort of room does it have? 941, is that right? No, 977, too bad. I'm looking at this one, Laser, LASR, as a potential short, but the next low looking left is too close for me. Well, I have half a mind to, well, I wish I'd seen this, the break of the VWAP for this one, the RTO. This is the one wanted, this is from my 10-day daily breakout. Basically, I lost and I won. Well, won pennies on the second one, but a loss on the first attempt to go long this one. And they just gave up on it. But look at this, the 33.57, 33.47 underneath the VWAP. Looks like it just went. Now, Mr. Mike, where would you, if I anchored my VWAP up here, put an anchored VWAP right up there, what would I see? It's LASR. So what would I see? What would I see? I'm trying to see, what, so there's the VWAP, 33.47, right around here. There's the anchored VWAP. I was talking LASR. I don't know if there's an LZAR also, but I was talking about LASR. Yeah, so no, so that was it's just a different laser. It was showing up on my momentum down scan. Come on, Simon. Well, it's getting a little bit better. 63.71 now. What was it? 226. Yeah, Shady's short of KRE is looking good now. Looks like it is. And take a look at WAL. FRC did finally break down. It was sort of, while KRE was moving down, FRC was kind of in a holding pattern. It was kind of doing this, but a little bit of a breakdown now. But it's got to cross down, Mike. Okay, let me take a look at RTO. So I'll put the VWAP up here. I think I might have done that one right, but I'll do it again. Okay. So I don't know. I mean, is the idea that if it butts into the into this anchored VWAP, but it doesn't break it, you just take the short? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Little Sam? You see what I mean? I mean, when you, okay, I see the anchored VWAP is up here. Let's get a big chart up. Okay, so there's the high. Okay, so there's the anchored VWAP, that purple line. So there's the VWAP itself. But where are you taking the trade? Are you saying, okay, it didn't break through, so take the trade here? Where are you putting your stop? Where are you putting your stop? go over placing orders in Brokerage Plus? Sure, manually. What is this? Give me a moment here. Something's got a little screwy. Okay, so just manually. Okay, pretty simple. Have you got your Brokerage Plus? It's not working. Okay. I'll take a trade. So obviously you know what to do. It's just not working. You're using does it say account and then simulate? Now, are you talking about trading like live or are you talking about in the simulator? If you're talking live, I'm going to have to direct you somewhere else. If you're talking about in the simulator, I can help. So Sam, are you talking in simulation trading or are you, okay. So does it say simulator? When you click on sim and then it'll say account and then you click on, and now it says simulator. You see what I'm pointing at, right? It should say simulator. Okay. So what's happening? I mean, if I click on an alert, when you click on the alert on any symbol, it should load. Is it loading in the box? Is the symbol loading? And then you pick how many shares you want. I'll pick 400 shares. I'll go in at the market. The bid ask is okay. So I click the buy and send it. So now I'm in the trade. So what's not working for you? I'm in this trade right now. I'm out of the Simon guys. I got a little excited when it got down to the 63.60s, but yeah, I'm basically flat. When you place an order, it does not go through. So I'll do another one. So let me get out of this one. I'll flatten it. I'll get out of the order. Okay, I'm out of the order. I'll pick another one. Well, let's go FRC. So it's showing up. It's showing up in the box, the symbol. The number of shares, you can pick how many shares. You see the bid in the ask. So if I click the buy button and then send it, if it's not working when you do that, then I don't know how to help you. You're going to have to go maybe to a better tech support. Because I mean, if I can't duplicate what you're seeing, then it's hard for me to know why it's not going through. But you've done this before, I'm assuming, so you have to click the buy and then send it. Right, I've demonstrated right on the screen that these are working for me. Let me get rid of. I'll flatten that. Yeah, well, you've done this before, I'm assuming, Sam, right? So It should, does it show up? Yeah, does it show up in the orders tab? Can you see the order in the orders tab? I mean, I never really looked there, but I mean, does it show up in the orders tab? Not showing up in the orders tab. Hmm. And you're doing exactly what I'm doing. Exactly. You click on a symbol. You click on a symbol. The symbol is showing up in this in the chart or in the box. Well, then you're not doing this. You're not doing it. You're not doing this manual trading like I'm doing. Are you using the buy buttons? The buy and sell buttons? Well, if you're in the simulator, yeah, I mean, not, oh, you're using the buy sell buttons. So you're not doing what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Okay, I'd have to assign something to the buy sell. No, no, it's not buying power. I think what's happening is, I mean, I don't use this at all, as you know, but let me assign something. Okay, so there's my buy button. But you've had to assign a strategy, right? You've had to assign a strategy to the buy button. You know, of course, I don't know what strategy you have assigned to the buy button. Because if I buy this right now, I haven't used this for so long. You know, I can drop it just a little bit above the price. There, so it just bought it. Yeah, you have to assign a strategy to the buy button. Excuse me. So when you look in your strategies, you see I've got one on, and that's my long strategy. You assign one long strategy to the buy button. The other thing that you might have to do if you haven't is you might have to edit the strategy and then make sure in accounts it's in the simulated trading default. Okay. And then, but if your buy button is already clickable, that means you have assigned a strategy to it. Yeah, but you have yeah, grumpy, yeah, yeah. But you've got to take one of your strategies, one of your long strategies, and assign it to the buy button. You could have, 10 long strategies. You've got to assign one of them. The thing is, I mean, when you assign a strategy, I mean, you're either going to have to create your own strategy or take one of the defaults, and it's going to have a stop in, and that will share size you and all. Like all of that is in the guide. Yeah, so it's a little premature, Luis. Okay, I mean, the anchored VWAP. There's nothing in terms of long entry or sell short yet. Okay, these are coming. Well, there'll be scans that are now whether and the scan will be like any other scan. Just because I get an alert in here doesn't mean I take the trade, right? So the anchored VWAP scans are coming. You're just not available yet. Okay. I mean, in order to put an anchored VWAP on your chart, it's a little pencil. If you can see them on my chart on any time frame, so the little pencil, and then the little anchor. A little anchor will pop up, and then you put it where you want. But you have to understand. You have to understand, a little bit more about it. I mean, I don't understand it completely. Okay, where do I want to anchor? Where do I want to start the anchor VWAP? Well, I'll put it there. See what happens. So now it's drawn a line right there. But how to use it? Okay, but a lot of this is coming in the Market Explorer. Michael Noss is creating a bunch of scans using the anchored VWAP. Okay. We just have to be, I have to be patient too, because, he's going to create some intraday ones. He's got some swing trading ones. Yeah, and that's where they'll be drawn automatically, the high of the day and the low of the day. Vorb News, VORB. Take a look at VORB. I don't see any. But you're right, there's a big pop in it. I don't see any news on it though. Well, of course, Vorb News, they laid off a bunch of people or put them on furlough, as it's called. They got to raise money. But that was this morning. So that was the Vorb News this morning. Give me a moment. Well, I guess the next thing, though, regarding the anchored VWAPs is when do you start to use it? Okay, it's 3 hours in. I mean, there's no point, in the first 5 minutes, if you put the high and the low of the day, it's probably irrelevant. But, do you wait a couple of hours and then take a look at the highs and the lows of the day and put the anchored VWAPs there, giving it a couple of hours as an example? Those are the questions I need answered. regular VWAP tells you exactly from the time, from the start of the day. I get it, but okay. Exactly. It takes time to be of significance. So, my feeling is that you're gonna have to wait at least 2 hours to get some decent highs and lows of the day to set the anchored VWAP. But these are questions I will ask in the webinar if nobody else does. Okay, guys, I have to say, I made a mistake, but I escaped. I don't know about a mistake, but while I was doing all this, I was in a wall short, and I was in a bit of a wall of hurt for a bit, but I'm okay now. Okay, so if I put there's the start of the day. That was the first. So the first print of the day. Let me just do that for fun. For wall. See, that's what I'm saying. How different is it going to be from the VWAP? I mean, it looks like it's hardly different at all. Whew, I escaped this wall. Yeah, that's why. So consequently, that's why. I mean, look, I'm sure there's all sorts of ways to use it. Even talking to Michael Noss, he was talking like just using it in the afternoon. Well, afternoon Eastern time. So say 1 o'clock onwards. Okay, guys, it is now 2:49. I know I've been on mute for a bit, but I've just been sort of mulling over a few things, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute. And I'm still here. I'll be here until at least 3:20. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Just give me a moment here and get rid of some of these things here. This is incorrect too, that today P&L, there's no way it was minus 529 on the FRC. That is incorrect. Wonder if I no, there's something wrong there. Yeah, I know Michael is creating something like that too. The VWAP pinch or AVWAP pinch. I don't know. You know, there are going to be so many different names. I hope we're not going to get too confused by the number of scans we have for the VWAP, or anchored VWAP. But I guess you just have to trial and error, find the one that works for you, the time frame that you like. If you're intraday, will it be a 15? Will it be a 5? Will it be a 30? I am excited though to see them once they finally hit. You know, there's one that I escaped in the short for WAL. I mean, it's interesting because I'm just looking at KRE, and that's what was kind of giving me hope that it would eventually. But I guess, well, look, I guess the VWAP kind of held it. Speaking of VWAP all day. Yeah, so not the SMA 130, Luis. I mean, we do have some. Now, if you're ever wondering, do we have, okay? So you asked that question, and this is just, a general response. The question was, do we have an alert that when the SMA 10 crosses above the SMA 130, et cetera? So just give me a moment. So I know the answer to that right off the bat. No, we don't, but this is what we do have. So if you're wondering about stuff like that, so if you take an alert window and you right click and then configure, then go to the search and type in SMA. Okay. This is what we have for SMA crosses. If we don't have it here, then you cannot create an alert for it. Okay. So, but this is what we have. So the 5-period SMA crossing by the 8-period SMA 1 minute, etc., all the way down here. Okay. So as you notice, we don't have the SMA 10 crossing the SMA 130. I don't know why you're talking about the SMA 130 because Steve talks about it Go to the 5-day chart or something. I mean, you can put them on the charts. You can like that. That is actually the SMA 130 on a 15-minute chart. Okay, that blue line. So you can put anything you want on the charts, just about like but we don't have it as an. Okay. Now, Michael, I don't know. Let me just take a look at the Market Explorer. I doubt if he's got the SMA 10, but let me just see. Moving average crossovers. I don't think he's got. Yeah, so we've got some of these crosses here. These are, but that specific one that you're talking about, no. But you could put it on the chart so that when it's not ideal because I know you want to be alerted to it, but when you're going through some of your scanning and you're clicking on charts or clicking on symbols, you may see it right on the chart. So for instance, here, this is the one on the 15-minute chart. That is the 130 period SMA. I could have the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart here also, and I would be able to see it. But it's not like an alert, no. So according to Mr. Shannon's book on page 4, the anchored VWAP is created from any point other than the start of the day. Yeah, so that's why that's what I thought. Wow, look at this. I was definitely, this was tough to trade though, the SIMO, because of the spread. But look, I was saying, well, I didn't think the VWAP would number one kind of hold it and bounce off it, but it certainly has so far. It's funny, on the upside, the spread's way better, 86.98. I know I could get the book on Google Play, but I don't know if I want to. Much rather have a hard copy. Currently unavailable. Okay, guys, let me put my mute myself. And I'm here. Have any questions, just ask. Right back on the mic. Working now, Sam? Good. Okay, good. The strategy was not selected. Yeah, you have to. That was the reason. Okay, good. Holy smokes, guys, look at this CRBP. I mean, late alert too. I mean, fairly late. Usually we get these 10-day daily breakouts in the first, I would say, hour or so. This was at 12:22, 4:02. It's over $1 now. And now coming into the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was looking at this thinking, man, oh man, this must turn into a short at some point. But wow, what a move. Hand Trader, I saw that post of yours a long time ago and I forgot to check it, IBIO. But I know it's going to be a real, oh, not as cheap as I thought. Okay, well, it popped up, came right back down. $20.21, yeah, no kidding. I mean, this is, can't wait for tomorrow. The banks will lead the way, I'm sure, with all the volatility. Just try to get on the right side of some of the trades. Just keep an eye on KRE and see what's happening with it to try to, I mean, you could trade KRE, I suppose. I'd rather trade the individual stocks because they give you usually the bigger bang, but okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. Unless there are some, again, I'll stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I think I'll wrap this up now. Another incredible day. Get my script together. Okay, guys, so yeah, I'm going to wrap this up now. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Then YouTubers, I'll do the same with you. Thank you, Mike. I'll take a look at some of these things.